Ruler School is brought to you by Odyssey Games, where you can go to pre-order upcoming Force of Will sets, ccgprime.com for singles and supplies, cardodoko.com for those rulers in the international market looking for product, as well as our guest lecturer members Vite Ramen and Full Grammar Alchemist. Class is in session. Hey there, rulers. Welcome back after a long break in the competitive season to the beginning of the new competitive season here in the United States. It is GP season. I am DMO73 bringing you the coverage today for our first online GP of the season, currently sitting at 52 players, and I'm joined from across the pond virtually by none other than Mr. Dominic A. Hammer, aka Neeb Valungin. How's it going, buddy?
Hello, friends. It's good.
We are glad to be here. Dominic's going to be joining me for round one. Paul's going to be jumping in for later rounds. We're going to be kind of commentating multiple. You'll have to bear with us a little bit. I'm running everything solo here today, so card views on screen, life totals, and all that stuff. I'll have it all for you. It's looking like it's going to be a pretty exciting day. 52 players from all over the world participating. It was noted that if a player is an international player, they can participate in the GP, but they can only earn promos unless they're in a country that doesn't have Grand Prix, in which case in time they are eligible for a potential invite, which I think is only maybe like 2 or 3 players from the international community who are playing today. But still cool to see the international community represented here in our first GP. 52 is a really good number. I'm not sure if we're doing 5 or 6 rounds. It's kind of right in that middle break point, so I haven't been told. Yeah, we got some pretty interesting stuff. I don't have a ruler breakdown yet either, but Neeb, off the top of your head, what do you think we expect to see here today?
So like the obvious candidates, of course, for Wanderer are like the Master decks. I think like it's a fair assumption to say like Glorious might make an appearance.
Sure. No, just solo Charlotte. Just
yeah, solo Charlotte. That would be cool though. The other deck like is Jill Giotto, of course. Could maybe make some impact. It's quite a strong deck, I think.
Yeah. We could also see, I think we've seen the books, different variation of the book stuff. I think we've seen, I've still seen Grim combo stuff be doing some silly stuff. Won a couple of the Circuit series. So we're doing that. I also think that Zero is a contender. You've got Adelbert as a potential contender. Leica is like there's quite a few dark horse picks that you could see there that might be kind of more dependent on breakdown. Ooh, and I do have the ruler breakdown already here, and it is not what you'd expect. Seriously, this is not what I anticipated at all. I mean, I guess let me rephrase that. It's exactly what I anticipated, which is not what anyone else anticipated. So
yeah,
we'll go through that. We'll go through that after round one. We'll talk about that. But I will say the second most represented deck is definitely not what I anticipated today.
No, me neither.
So we're gonna see how that goes. Yeah, so we are going to do that breakdown. I think there's a lot of real good potential for some really big. Looking at this breakdown,
oh my,
we could see some crazy stuff in the top 8 today. I'm very excited to see what people bring. We're doing great, man. I know you're playing today, so best of luck to you, man. Good luck. I think you're playing today. If you're not,
I think Min is not playing now.
Oh, and just hanging out with us today. Awesome.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can maybe get our Alejandro to join in the chat at some point in time today to talk about some stuff. Because
cool.
We'll see. Well, what are you thinking of the spoilers so far for this?
I really like the spoilers. Ooh, the Maeda stuff. Wow, that is very cool.
Yeah,
I like the ramping, the ancient beast up. That's cool.
Yeah, for sure. It definitely. Like, now that we've seen 2 of the rulers, and we know that Gil Lapis is in the Memoria pack, I think is what they said. So, like, that's fine. So it makes me very much feel like this set is going to do a very good job of making these rulers like complementary to the mechanics that we've already seen in the cluster, as opposed to like, here's 4 new rulers, right? It feels like it's just like these guys will have their own spin on stuff we've already been seeing, which also makes it easy to be able to backwards compatible support the older rulers, which I think is a really cool way to end out the cluster, like at
Yeah.
least so far. So
I really like that they're also giving a bit of a new twist on the other stuff, like looking at the Utsuna support in the Gandania.
Yeah, that
nice.
Utsune's card is crazy.
Yeah, that is very cool.
Gives her a nice win con.
Yeah.
Which I think is cool. The Gandania support giving her, probably one of the things that held her back the most was just trying to play the castle.
Yeah.
So now she has a way to play the castle easily, which is like great. much better for her.
Very good.
Yeah, very good, exciting stuff. So as always, for those of you who are maybe tuning in for the first time here, thank you all so much for being here. If you like what we're doing, want to consider supporting the channel, you can click that join button down below. It gets you access to all the cool emotes and, goes and supports us. You can also send super chats and all kinds of stuff. I'm not going to put on a challenge to put on the gloves for this stream because it's a really long stream and I don't want my hands to die. I really don't want my hands to die. But we are going to be just jamming out and having some fun here. Talking about, what we see, what we expect to see, how things are going. I will say someone is repping Big Daddy Gills. So someone's maybe, I did just put out a Crossing Point Alhamat profile. So, maybe, who knows? I don't know if that someone is copying me, but that's a fun list. I enjoy it. This is quite a cool breakdown.
I think like the first GP is always a bit of a magical moment, right, in the meta, because like very strange builds are gonna be put into the meta and like you will see the interaction from it. I very much look forward to that.
Yeah,
I like it.
And also, I mean, it's another great example of even in the online GP. Oh, Fate Zero, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. We appreciate that. It's a great time to be able to put forward just that people are playing what they like. People are just playing what they like. And also, because, again, the participation promos that people get today, they get a mirror, a Vacus, and one of each of the Expel spells in Uber.
Damn.
Which, like, they look really good.
I should have joined too.
Yeah, no, but you're working for me, so.
True.
Okay.
Yeah, the promos this time are insane. I think like the promos this time are such an incentive to keep playing the GPs and keep coming. By the way,
absolutely.
Fowfest, go to Fowfest.
Yeah, definitely got to come to Fowfest. And joining us now, we've got Paul Reisman. Paul, how's it going, buddy? Once he gets himself unmuted.
Hello.
Hey, Paul. How's it going, buddy?
It's going.
Good. You want to go ahead and come on over to the Games and Geeks server? Neeb, I know you joined me, but now that Paul's here, I'm going to have to say bye. We can hang out with me in the chat. And
okay, I will.
Bye, buddy.
Paul can commentate.
Thanks for having me.
Paul can commentate with me for now. Thanks, Neeb. Okay. See you in the chat, buddy.
No problem. Yep. See you, boys.
Okay.
All right. What room am I in? Streamer's Fortress?
The Streamer's Fortress. Yep, I got to kick Neeb out of the room real quick. There you go. Now you're in the streamer's room. So once they get started, you'll be able to see them and just keep yourself muted. Paul, how you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling. Are we streaming right now?
We are. We're live.
Like
say hi to everybody. Yeah.
Oh, hi. Hi, everybody. I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty well. Doing all right.
You do not have to be on camera, Paul. It's okay. No one can see you. It's just me.
They'll wish they could see me.
Yeah, but I would like you to not stress out my computer. So if you can turn off your camera. I'm running so many.
No, we're doing all right.
I'm running so many programs on my computer right now.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm having a good day. I slept well. Really looking forward to seeing what the metagame is going to look like after today's GP.
Yeah.
I've had this working model of what the meta kind of is just in the background of my mind here.
Yeah.
Working off of a Force of Wind meta breakdown that I was making up and kind of running back you know, between Jeremy and some other folks, and just seeing like what they think. And I don't know, man. I'm anticipating a diverse meta, but I'm expecting a few players to come out more or less on top.
The breakdown has one surprising thing for me in terms of the second most represented deck that I was not expecting. And the rest of the breakdown is about what I anticipated, but I certainly anticipated something different than other people did, which is I will say right now that the with the ruler breakdown we have 52 players and Mask is less than 10%, which is what I called. I was like, I think
that's about right.
I think Mask is going to be sub 10% of this environment. So people thought I was crazy, and I'm not. So I'll take that.
Yeah. Mask has some noted weaknesses now, in that there's just not a lot of incentive, I think, to run it in the main board for the other decks. Mostly, and I've said this on the podcast before, so if you heard this for the first time, you heard it here. But 40% chance of opening a card that is a brick otherwise, not great. I mean, that's just not great.
For non-Charlotte Varia decks, yeah, for sure. It's certainly a lot weaker. Okay, so we are about to go get set up for our first round match. I know who we're doing, so we're just waiting for them to post pairings so we can get that for sure. And we'll be right back in a minute for our round one. So we'll jump on over to that soon. So thank you all so much for being here. We're so excited. Also, huge thanks to the sponsors of the channel. We got TCG Prime, Odyssey Games, Inked Gaming, who is providing all of the wonderful playmats for FowFest, cardodoko.com. Links to all of those wonderful people are in the description, as well as information about FowFest, because you're certainly going to get signed up for that. It's in the description. And we'll be right back in a couple minutes with our first round. So see y'all in a bit. Okay, we are here. Paul, how you feeling?
I'm
Excited?
feeling pretty good. This is going to be a really interesting matchup because I know that I've been looking into Shiva in the background because I think there's a lot of really interesting things that Ruler is able to do, despite the fact that she's so old.
Yeah,
Um,
Shiva certainly has some cool stuff.
yeah,
And this was not what we originally thought our matchup for round one was going to be, but thanks to these guys being flexible, we are coming in with this. So we have Shiva versus Lulu here, and we're just jumping right into it. Um, Looks like Shiva is going to be going first with a call stone and then a pass. So we do have, of course, our wonderful revealed cards from the sideboard, all 4 of them for this deck, because they also get the festival from the arena expansion. Now, I
oh my
wonder,
gosh.
I wonder, every time I look at a Lulu list, I'm always wondering how much of the like potential infinites they're playing in the main deck. So that's always a curious piece to me. Are we playing both? You think we're
Sure.
playing both Shakti plus, or are we playing just Raymond or not? Russian dinosaur coming out
Well, it's
here.
it's a little hard to say because I saw him put the Lotus in his hand, so there might be an alternative here, but we are seeing a Raptor come out to swing, develop some tokens. So that's kind of relevant for what we could come to expect. This card in general is just very good at all Lulu builds,
Yeah,
but
for
there's a
sure.
lot of variance of how many different kinds of builds you're gonna see with this deck. So
Yeah,
I'd expect Lars, um, maybe Shakti's, but I would definitely expect Lars because he's relatively cheap. And if you end up putting out your Lotus and expending a lot of will to do so, at least you have a little bit of something left if you
yeah,
need to protect your board.
for
So
sure. And this
yeah,
rushing
that's kind of what
dino
I'm
is
thinking. I'm
this rushing
expecting
dino
Lars.
is just a really great card here for like you can stack the triggers between rushing dino, burning the board, and generating the token. So you can make the token and then kill it, so you don't give your opponent anything, and then you just swing in for 6. It's just a lot of damage very quickly.
Very bread and butter play at this point. And we're
Yeah.
gonna flicker that rushing dinosaur back.
Yep. At the end of the turn, we'll get to flicker it.
Yeah.
Oh, the sides are flipped. Oh, I do have the sides flipped. Okay, I will do that. Thank you guys for pointing that out to me. Mm-hmm. Easy
So it
enough to
looks like
swap.
in response to the Lumia flicker, we're gonna
Robometa
put
coming
out
in here.
Robometa.
How many Robometas do you think we're gonna see today? 12.
Probably a lot. Card is very strong.
Yeah.
Um, very good anti-aggro card that I've been looking at lately. So I think with all of the potential Guild Geodo players around, if they're on the aggro build, this card is a really good way to just kind of stop them.
Yeah. Protect in
So
general is just very good, especially against things like it can be really good against Ashwin, right? If you like flash it in before they move to combat, then you don't have to deal with the multi strike, which can be really helpful. So yeah, certainly. Sure they could. Oh, my life totals need to be swapped as well. Whoop, whoop. Swap that real quick. I just had the players on the wrong side. So thank you for correcting me on there.
we're gonna order out.
Ooh, that's a
Rudra,
that
right?
is a Rudra, and that's a pretty good way to keep Lulu's board clear, for sure.
Yeah.
Certainly just gonna keep burning the board every single turn, which gets rid of a lot of stuff here. Especially because at end of turn triggers means that the Rudra will get to on the Lulu player's turn will get to trigger and resolve before the flicker trigger. So if it has enough counters on it, it just kind of negates Lulu's flicker entirely, which is a little gross. Could be very, very gross. That's that's a pretty good tech. Yeah, this is going to clear I mean, it gets 2 counters, it'll get to 4 counters, it'll be at 8 counters. We're going to pay 300 life here for the Precious Stone. Oh, whoops, I did the wrong side again. Whoops. Gotta get used to. Normally I'd have Paul doing the life totals, but I'm doing it all today. So. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and interesting. Are we proactively putting a counter on Robometa? That's a little bit of an interesting play. I would think we would try to save up Will for something like
Fair spell.
or
Girl in the
Rigveda.
City.
Rigveda.
Especially Rigveda.
Yeah, Rigveda's a really good card.
That card is.
But maybe we just want to say we're
just
trying to
get in.
We're just trying to get aggressive, maybe.
I can see the bouncy leg, so I think there's some nerves, especially being on stream. People have said like, "Oh, hey, being on stream is really nerve-wracking," and so this might just be suboptimal, nervous play.
Yeah. I will say though the coin Zero's Light Lightning can that won't do anything here. It doesn't have any additionally gained keywords. So it's not going to actually do anything.
Oh, he put power counters on it.
No, he's doing it to the Rigveda, and it's just not going to do anything.
The Rudra?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, Rudra doesn't have any more keywords.
Yeah, so I think that's unfortunately just a waste of the Light Lightning here. Burning coin for that.
Mm-hmm.
And then end of turn Rudra gets to go up. I don't even think that... Oh, he did choose the mode, and so he would have to try to... So that's a legal game action that taking it forced him to essentially use the Hunting Dino to try to kill the Robometa, because that was a legal target for Zero's Light Lightning. So unfortunately, just a little bit of a whiff there. Burning coin to do so. This Rudra is going to put in some serious work in this situation, because now we're going to be going up to 8 counters. RR Zorb, if Udra wipes the board, yeah, this is a very good anti-Lumia tech. And I agree that racing Lumia here in this position is a good spot, because it's just going to get bigger. And once the flickers stop mattering, then you have a really good shot to just rush down Lumia at that point.
Lulu does not, in fact, have an answer to Rudra. No.
Right, especially since, if I remember correctly,
absolutely not.
What is Shiva's order?
It's +2/+2. It's not.
It's just +2/+2.
much.
It's not. That's right. I'm thinking of Shaka.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of Shaka that doubles them. Lulu could have the infinite loop. Very true. Which is why I think there's a world where starting next turn you leave up the Robometa to protect, just to stop against the infinite loop. And the one God Art guy, with Lumia, yep. We could still do Raymond. That's certainly an option.
Mm-hmm.
We're just going to pass the turn, and we're now up to 8 counters. So now Rudra is a 12/12. And they're going to try to burn everything. Now next turn, Rudra's going to be up to 16 counters. This is an unexpected turn of events here.
Mm-hmm. I think Shiva is one of the order rulers that is actually appreciated really well over time.
Ooh, a Kriya.
Just because she does have tools. Ooh, there we go. Yeah,
so
+2/+2.
We're getting another +1/+1 counter on Robometa and Rudra. So now we'll be up to 18 +1/+1 counters. And this is going to get to try to search us for a Rig. I'm assuming we want a Rigveda here, right? Like, that's the thing we want to see more than anything.
Yeah.
Off of these
just
top 5.
Added defense.
Oh, did we not do the enter effects? Oh, we must have already done something. Okay. Guardian Dragon. Okay. we're just getting all the aggro.
Oh yeah, Kriya does grab Rigveda. That's true.
It can.
I think
Yep. And now we're getting even more +1/+1 counters because your wind resonators get overgrowth.
Mm-hmm.
Gross.
Yeah. like I said, Shiva has appreciated in value significantly.
It's actually, yeah, one extra counter.
Just
It's 3 counters off of this, or it's 2 +1/+1 counters off this Guardian Dragon because you've already resolved one. This is gonna swing in for 15. 19, 15 from the Rigveda. Oh, and we have enough. Oh gosh. And we have enough stats here to go for the Mimi Tribe Festival. Ooh, I think we're going lethal here.
probably, yeah.
This seems pretty gross. But the edition did not get canceled. Light Lightning doesn't really help here. There's a Shaka. We're going to get to recover 2 stones this turn. After swinging, I think you swing in with the Robometa first, though. I'd argue that it's correct to swing in with the Robometa first, just in case there's something like a flashing smile or something. I don't know. Not that I'm necessarily sure what you would play here in the position of the Lulu player, but this is a whole lot of damage very fast.
Yeah.
Let's see. No keywords on anybody because we haven't given anyone Eternal. So we're just going to swing. This Robometa has 3 +1/+1 counters on it, so currently swinging in for 10.
Mm-hmm.
If that gets
10 in the air.
answers. Yeah, 10 in the air. He's going to take it. And then we've recovered a stone. Try to maybe calculate if we have lethal here.
It's very nice that we get to see
Just
the
gonna
hand.
play
Now
the
that we have Shaka.
Okay, we're playing the Shaka. Doesn't have the ability to duplicate. It can pump everybody up.
I'm looking that up right now.
I've got it on field.
Looking that up right now.
It can pump.
Yes.
But it doesn't. Does count overgrowth, so this is also getting another 3 counters. We do have a Rigveda in hand, so that's going to be able to be pretty protective. This Rudra is currently swinging in for 2, 16, 18. Takes Aiden down to 12. Or, sorry, takes Amit down to 12. Don't get too greedy here. I think you hold open for the Rigveda, because you can't pump for lethal here.
Yeah.
I would think that you just accept the 12, leave up a couple blockers, and call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have 3 blockers up. They're all huge. This is a massive board to try to answer. Like, the best answer is, like, Flashing Smile, and even then it's pretty bad. Like...
Yeah, because it doesn't kill the Robometa.
Yeah. He's just going to scoop it up. Yeah, okay. So we're just scooping it up here.
That's right.
Take yourself some extra time. I'm going to let these guys know. Just a heads up, you guys have 46 minutes left on clock. Okay. Wow, what an opener. That Rudra, the answer is best answer is for sure Smoke Bomb. Yeah, that's a real thing. Smoke Bomb could be really good here. Smoke Screen Bomb from the, you got a bunch of red cards, a lot of +1/+1 counters. It can't kill the J rulers. Like, the Rudra will get to live. But that Rudra came down and was just like, I'm ready to go. There was dodged some of the best removal that we have from this format. Light Lightning is certainly very good, and so the idea of playing a deck that doesn't care about keyword skills just to dodge Light Lightning is pretty clever.
Mm-hmm.
Though
Hellfire's would be really good right now.
Hellfire could also be very good. That is true. Well, I don't
his
know. Actually,
own replicant Shiva.
is
If he
Hellfire
plays
very
that.
good? I mean, with the Eternal piece, yeah, for getting rid of the Eternal piece.
Getting rid of Rebel Meta is
Yes.
solid. I mean, it's not. It's like a tier 3 answer because you still have to answer Rudra's, which is not very great. But if you are arguably as the Lulu player, if you're going second, and this is my experience with the deck, if you're going second, you don't actually put the regalia from outside the game into your hand. You actually leave open your own Shivas so that you have access to just come in and pop the entire board, which is a really good way for you to get around things like Rudra,
Yeah.
right? Because you're just destroying it right out.
You can't. So the problem
very
with the
helpful.
Rudra in that situation though is you can't solarize the Shiva
Mhm.
because solarized Shiva can't kill J rulers. It only kills Rezos, so that does leave you open strangely
Yep.
in this matchup to Rigveda. Like that's the biggest piece. Is like you have to full pay 3, and then a Rigveda just says, "Nah, it's fine."
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably, if you are playing Shaktis, that is probably your best move. We found it a line that the Flames of Nyarlathotep turn 1 allows you to go Flames into Shakti
On turn 2.
turn 2,
Yeah.
and so that might be your best. That might be your best way to do it.
Yeah, that's true. I
Um,
could certainly see that line being, especially since certainly not going to give Shakti the coin. We're not going to let Shakti coin out something here, so we're going to certainly be going first as the Lulu player, which does mean that we could see Crimson Lotus, right? It kind of Crimson Lotus probably not going to come in because we don't want to let Shakti go or Shiva go second. So we're probably not going to do the Fate trigger since we're going to be going second.
yeah.
Put attack orders. Yeah, attack order is a great card right now too.
That's smart.
Attack order is a very cheap,
Dreslow,
affordable thing.
Dreslow's asking who won game 1. Shiva won game 1.
Yeah, Aiden Banks won game 1 with Shiva. Just played a lot of very large, big green creatures and then swung in.
Yeah, giving green destruction is very good.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. The Rudra,
there's not a lot of green destruction, but
the
man.
Rudra was a very good play into this matchup, particularly because you just generate all these tokens, but all these low to the ground kind of things, and you want to be doing the flicker, and Rudra just I don't want you to flicker. Like Rudra just says no, and turns off one of your 2 rulers. So that's very a good piece of interaction there.
Very much.
And if I'm playing as Aiden, I don't even know if this is a matchup where you would even want to side in Fates Reunited. That doesn't really do much. I guess there's a world where you could call Fates Reunited to stop Shaka, right? to prevent him from being able to plus everybody up +8/+8 or whatever. But
so we are giving Shiva the coin.
Okay. Color me curious. Well, I mean, if we have something like an attack order, then you have an interesting position here if he does go for the turn 1 order of Rudra, because unlike turn 1 ordering a Shaka is honestly Shiva's strongest play, because Shaka doesn't create an enter effect. So you just get to immediately call stone. There's no opportunity window that leaves the Shaka defenseless, especially under Rigveda. But ordering a Rudra does, because it has an enter effect. So something like an attack order could be used to kill it in advance. We do see Crimson Lotus coming out here. I do want to say, as always, he's in the chat earlier, Metal, once again, flawless work with our card viewer and life tracker apps that we use to be able to do these Discord streams and everything else and pull them up live. Couldn't do it without you, buddy. So Kiki's in the chat for Metal. Absolutely appreciate it. Do you see that coin come down here? Is it a Shaka? It's a Rudra. So we have an enter effect here. So if we have some kind of spot removal, we have an opportunity to dodge the Stone Call and set ourselves up for Rigveda. But no, there's not. Rudra's just going to get to come out here. He's going to get to survive his enter effects trigger. Now we can call Stone, which does not use the Jace. And so we're going to see already kind of a bad, rough start for Lulu to have to uphill climb from here. Oh, maybe we are doing something before the counters get added. Just kind of tracking. Oh, canceling the automatic trigger to gain the +1/+1 counters. That buys you some time. It certainly does buy you some time.
Yeah.
But there's a Kriya. So Kriya's going to get to do some work here as well. Putting a +1/+1 counter on it. Getting to look at the top 5 if we remember her enter effects. And we're missing it again. We're just doubling it. Just whiffing on... and we've told players before, if you're wondering, and we have said, like, we cannot speak to missed trigger elements. If they manage, we can't influence there. So... So we had something to try to stop the +1/+1 counter generation, and we had the follow-up to prevent it. Now we are tapped out here, so we do have an opportunity to try to get this Rudra off the board. The problem is right now he's 6/6, so it can be hard to answer that. Unless we see something like, who knows? Are we seeing what's the red atom called?
Gradius.
Gradius. Are we going to see a Gradius come down here from Lulu just to say no die? Could be, possibly. We got to get this. I mean, the thing is, we do have to get this Rudra off the board, or we're already in bad shape.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see a before recovery Crimson Lotus to try to set any cards face down either. Oh, Rudra's just going to get to go to 4 and we pass up. This feels like maybe we might be trying to set up for a Flashing Smile just to try to get the most value out of it. Aiden has felt very comfortable tapping out, leaving himself vulnerable for moments. So maybe we're sitting on a Flashing Smile to capitalize on that moment. There's the Robometa coming down here. That's going to give an extra +1/+1 counter to...
I do not imagine our Lulu player is prepared for this particular matchup.
That's fair. I think Flashing Smile in general has enough utilization in this meta that, like, it's not unheard of to think that it might be played. Currently swinging in for
certainly
9.
Not.
Let's see. Are we just going to take it? Does look like maybe. Goes down to 31. Not the matchup that I thought. Yeah, I think I agree. Not the matchup that Lulu thought it was going to pair into round 1.
Mm-hmm. I think Lulu, just from my experience with the deck, Lulu is a deck that really needs to know its matchups, and it really needs to know the metagame to thrive well, because imprecise sequencing or even imprecise play for this deck seems to really hold it back. Let's see what we've got here. We're playing one for
Dark Alice at end of turn. Just
Dark
to try
Alice.
To draw. Our first Dark Alice.
Did our Lulu player actually take the damage? I didn't see him calculate, so
that's true. He might not have taken the damage yet, so we might be trying to draw into something. So I'll go back. Reset here. There we go. I mean, you can just block the Rudra, so it's not like it doesn't have Pierce.
It's an option.
It's not given Pierce.
Not yet.
Well, yeah, not yet. It's also not given Pierce. So there's that.
So we are playing Flames.
Second draw.
I think not playing that card was potentially a mistake.
The problem was, though,
Um,
in this particular environment with letting Rudra go second is that the flames would have just died to the Rudra. We wouldn't have had any point of interaction, and then the flames just dies.
well, you could also chase the flames effect to produce a red, and then do something to the Rudra in response, even if it's draw a card.
Right.
Um, off of your Killua, just dumping that extra card to like draw into another out potentially.
Yeah.
Um,
That's why I'm saying the
but
going second might have been the better choice, right? Because then you know that the Rudra is there and you have coin, right?
yeah, yeah, giving order decks the coin is probably never the right call, unless you want Crimson Lotus, which he's not tapping to get extra cards or look up the top. So I'm wondering how many multicolored humans he's playing in the deck.
Might just be there as an additional draw helper to keep your hand filled.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see something else come down here before blocks, or are we just going to accept the ball? No, we're even just going to take the 9.
Yeah.
Interesting.
This is why I think all of the body language communicates to me that our Lulu player is on the back foot and he has no significant answers to the board state.
Yeah, this
Gradius and attack order would be really, really helpful.
So this Dark Alice is just dead. Like, why did we not block? Because the Dark Alice just kills his... Dark Alice is just dead to the Rudra. Right?
I think this is tilt. This is round 1 tilt.
And then... Oh, we're moving to end step. We might be trying to do something before. Oh, light curtain. Isn't that... And or J/resonators that attacked this turn. Memory of Worlds
That's a good answer.
Memory of Worlds comes down to stop it.
Notably, he did not have to accept the damage to activate Light Curtain.
Yeah, I think he was waiting for the Rudra to be bigger. Memory of Worlds is coming down here to stop that. It can be recast if he wants to burn another card, so that's kind of okay. I think we might. Like, in this position, I think I burn another card out of my hands to still get this Light Curtain to resolve. You can always...
Unless I don't have any...
Yeah, yep, recasting it.
Recast.
Yep, for sure. That makes sense to me. I think that's...
Okay.
There's a world where I might have done Lunar Protective Lifeform instead, but Light Curtain gets the Rudra off the board at least, so, and keeps your stuff alive.
Yeah,
so
that's relevant.
And keeps your cards in RFG as opposed to Expel, so uses them for being able to maybe do a Solarization here. But this does keep the Dark Alice alive. We get to gain 900 life back, which is great. So we kind of reset our life totals. So good play here.
Actually, hold on. I don't actually believe they're allowed to do that because Kriya is on the field.
How would Kriya impact it?
Oh, she does not give barrier.
No,
okay,
she doesn't give barrier.
Sense.
She has barrier non-fire, but she doesn't give it to anything else.
Yeah.
She just grants overgrowth.
Okay. Yeah, just making sure.
Okay, so we're at a position here where we're not at a terrible spot here. Okay, hear me out. Are you listening? It's my first hear me out of the day. We swing with the Dark Alice to try to bait the Robo Meta to block. And then we just play Shakti and Infinite Imp. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's an option. Because I don't think he wants to throw the Kriya under anything. It's not happening. We're getting a goat instead. We can steal the Robo Meta.
Then we can incarnate. I can't do that. I can't do that.
Three-eyed black goat gets to come in here. We're gonna get to steal the Robo Meta, which is very huge. We're gonna have to lose the goat and take 400, unfortunately. So we have a Robometa that can kill the Kriya? Do we have a way to produce one will randomly? Oh wait, no. Robometa does not have precision currently, unfortunately. I don't think he doesn't naturally have it.
No.
He gets it later, right? Yeah, he gets it when he gets the big mode. So we can't use the Robometa to kill the Kriya. That would be pretty good if we could. But he does get to draw a card. He does get to draw a card off of Crimson Lotus, which is nice. Not a ton of card draw here. We got to use this Robometa somehow. I don't think you use it to go face. I think the Kriya show... Oh, we can't kill the Kriya. Again, no precision. Oh, that's rough. What are we doing with this?
Big thinking noises coming from Lulu.
Yeah, for sure. This is certainly a turn where you got to try
So
to
got rid of
make something happen. Dark Alice is going to swing in for 2. He's going to take it. We're going to each make a goat token. We can ping the Kriya with loot. So the nice thing here is we can ping the Kriya with Lunya. Right? So that's the thing. It's not super helpful because she's big. She's big enough right now. If we had any kind of way to do swiftness, then we could eventually get her killed. Because right now Kriya is sitting, it's 100 damage per swing, and Kriya is currently sitting at a... Oh, she's sitting at 600 defense. I don't think we're going to be able to swing 6 times this turn. Unfortunately.
No.
Let's see.
It's interesting that we're seeing Moonglow Stone here. This is something I considered a while ago because
it's gonna get to
it just allows you to reset things. Yeah.
What's the name of that stone
Decent
again?
card. Decent card. Great question. Chat?
I think it's blood. I think it's blood something. Someone tell me so I can pull it up.
Prismatic Gem of the Bloody Moon.
There it is. So we're swinging in with the Robometa, which is going to get blocked by the Kriya and kills the Kriya. So it serves our purpose. We got the Kriya off the board. We didn't want to take 7 here.
And we got to get rid of the Robometa somehow.
It's true. We do have to get rid of the Robometa somehow.
Okay, we'll distribute summon.
You would just tribute summon.
Wait.
Yeah, wrong game. Wrong game, buddy.
Summon.
We do get to put 2 cards from the graveyard into your standby area face down because we do have 5 stone types right now.
Don't know how relevant that is.
Oh no, we can flicker the dark. Oh, we're flickering the Dark Alice, and we could use the Dark Alice to get rid of the Robometa.
It's a good idea.
That's huge.
That's really smart.
That's a big tempo.
It's actually really smart.
No, don't sack the.
I don't care what you sack, as long as you sack the Robometa.
Yeah, just so there's the draw off of the. Oh, we're not sacking the Robometa.
No.
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
We're gonna get a couple. We'll get to draw. We're already at. We get to draw 1 card off of the Lotus here because we have less than 4. We won't get to draw the second one because we have enough, and we get 2 more.
So
dream counters.
There might be a reason he did this. He might not have stacked the triggers in a way that he might have given the Robometa back first before flickering, which that sequencing would have prevented him from sacking the Robometa. So that might be the reason why he didn't do it that way. But you do, as far as I understand, you get to stack at the end of turn.
Well,
triggers.
it's not even an end of turn trigger for the Robometa. It's just at the end of turn, when turn player passes over, you then suddenly have when it passes over, that's when the process. There's no trigger there. Like you control the Robometa until the start of your opponent's next turn. So we could have sacrificed the Robometa there. I have Three-Eyed Blackcoat here, and it says gain control of target non-goat resonator until end of turn. So there's no trigger. It's just when turn
Okay.
player passes,
So
you hand it back. So the Dark Alice should have been able to sacrifice the Robomena. It's a little bit of
yeah, it should have. Okay.
missed
That
opportunity.
honestly, that probably cost him the game.
That could. I mean, he's also got a full grip of cards, and we know that he's playing Light Curtain. So Light Curtain is pretty good here. Lunar Protective Life Form is also certainly very good here to give himself some time.
Well, the thing about Light Curtain is it won't be able to kill a Robometa.
It removes all of his abilities and then kills him.
Oh, it removes all the abilities and then kills it. Okay.
Yep.
I might have played that card.
The chosen target loses all abilities until end of turn, then destroy them. So it gets around Eternal.
Maybe that's good to know.
So,
well, but then you just give Robometa. You just give Robometa 2 power counters and then make him a 15/15, and then you can't Light Curtain him.
Well, we certainly can't do that right in this very minute with how much will we have available. We're currently giving plus 16 to the Robometa, who is already at a 7 plus another 6, so 13. So he's swinging for 29 in the air. And now we get to we certainly are big enough to get our addition here out. So Mimi Tribe Festival is out and live. Let's see. We're getting another Shaka here. Oh, wait, no, he's even bigger. Oh, gosh. Because the Shiva, while he's out, is giving your whole board +2/+2, which is actually +4/+4. So Robometa is currently sitting at 7. Plus 6 is 13. Plus 4 is 17. Plus an additional 16. Which is 33. This is going to recover a stone, and then he can spend it into Shaka to give an additional +8. So 41 in the air. It's a little scary. Though I think if I'm in Aiden's position, I don't try to make it lethal. I just try to hit him for the 41. Oh, the Shaka has to have. Oh, we're trying to move. Oh, it looks like Aiden said, or Amit said, "Hey, when moving into combat, I have something." We just kind of missed that element there.
Oh, okay.
A Lunar Protective Life Form in response to the recovery trigger would be enormous here. Smokescreen Bomb will also serve to help. Helps out significantly
because this gonna be really helpful.
Because this also means that he can't swing with the Robometa. It removes him from the game, and then puts 2 -1/-1 counters on Shaka, which won't do anything, but they will be counters that exist. But now we won't be able to swing with anything to recover any stones. So this does put Aiden in a position where he can. It does put Aiden in a position where you could find lethal here. Certainly set up to try to do the infinite. If you have Shakti in hand, I think that's lethal, right? Because Shaka is currently sitting at only being an 8/8, and Shakti's a 9/9. So yeah, if there's a Shakti in hand, this is game. The goats are only alive, by the way, because Shaka says that things that decrease don't decrease. So otherwise, those goats would immediately die too, which is very funny. They're not dead. The tokens are not dead. If an effect would decrease the attack or defense of J Resonators you control, it increases that much instead. So actually, oh wait, no. Now the goats are even bigger. So now those -1/-1 counters are actually giving +4/+4. So these goats are 6/6s with Bloodlust. So they have to attack. Oh no, he still has the goats that can attack. so we can still recover stuff. Has to swing with the goat. He recovers a stone. Oof, rough. He's going to take 12 from each of these goats. Gets to recover. Oh, they're even bigger. How big are the goat? I'm going to double check life totals here real quick. Hey guys, what is life totals currently?
I'm at 14 and he's at 32, and now he's buffing by 16. So he just got the game.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thanks for letting us know. Thanks, guys.
Yep.
So the goats have unfortunately betrayed. The goats unfortunately betrayed Lulu there. Getting buffed up by the Shaka was enough with those goats getting to survive because they didn't have any counters on them already, and they were just able to swing through, which is unfortunate. But
yeah, I'll be at Falfest. So.
Shiva is putting in some work.
Same.
Putting in some work there.
Your name's Aiden.
So good stuff. Paul, you still there?
I'm still there. So yeah, I don't know what happened. So
yeah. Let me.
The Shiva goats swung.
Yeah, they have bloodlust. They were produced during the turn, so they were naturally 2/2s. Shaka comes down, makes them all get +4/+4 because the Shiva is giving +2/+2 and Shaka's making it +4/+4. So then suddenly the
other goat tokens.
Those goat tokens are 6.
I was looking at Amit's board, and it seemed like those were recovered for a while, and I think that was just incorrect.
No, those two
so
tokens. Yeah, for sure. To clarify, Amit sacrificed the 2 tokens he generated for himself for the Dark Alice, and then
those tokens were
tokens existed.
I understand. Those 2 tokens were for his opponent.
Yeah, to represent his opponent having them. So those tokens were 2/2 base. Shaka flips makes them into 6/6s. He had pumped twice, which would give +16/+16 to each of them. So now, for pumping twice. So now both of those tokens are 22/22s. And so, unfortunately, we just die. Which is
yeah.
We give our opponent the resonators to swing through for lethal. So a bit of an unexpected twist there in that matchup, but handing the aggro deck resonators turns out didn't work out in our favor.
No.
Which is why I think please, thank you. You hope that Shiva makes top 8. That would certainly be sick. It'd be an upset for sure. Certainly would be an upset for sure. I think there was a world where the light curtain recast I think was correct because it got the Rudra off board. That was certainly more of a concern, right? Getting rid of the light curtain I think was a bit unfortunate there because the light curtain could be used in that situation to keep your hand filled, stop a bunch of the damage, and gain life because you prevent attacks and then gain life and still get to draw a card. This is also a situation where, again, like we talked about before, getting rid of that Robometa would have set Amit up for success there because then he just has to deal with the tokens, and the Dark Alice can block one of the tokens, and again you're sitting on things like light curtain and everything else. You also then would have had one more of your tokens that could exist in that situation. So I think it's a little bit of, like you said, not knowing the matchup because who would have expected to see Shiva in this environment is certainly played a factor there. So let's talk about Breakdown. We got 52 players today.
Yes.
Which is pretty sick. There's about 15 minutes left on the clock here. So we'll let that happen. Breakdown is as follows. We have 8 Gil Lapis Giottos. It is the most represented deck in the environment. 7 Prisia Troop Beastmasters. Red-green Prisia. 7 copies. 5 Charlotte Faria masks, 4 Book of Darks, 3 Lumion Lunyas, 2 Book of Lights. So technically, Books is the third most represented deck at 6 copies of Books decks. 2 Val 3s, 2 Zeros, 2 Solo Giottos, 2 Shivas, 2 Mars Souls, 2 Ruchiels, 1 Gil Lapis only, a Feetsing, a Fox, a Mercurius Soul, an Alhamat, Lucy, Leica, Efreet, Moonglow, Seer Kaguya. I'm not sure what that might be partnered with, but probably something. And Electra. So we have Grim Cluster, Lapis Cluster, Hero Cluster. Anything Hero? Yeah, Hero Cluster, New Valhalla Cluster. Wait, not New Valhalla Cluster. Oh, I have lost Paul. The meeting has ended. I gotta recall Paul. Calls with Paul. He'll be back. I'm gonna get Paul back real quick. One second. Getting Paul back so we can keep talking. Hold on. Gotta quick us do a short break here while I get this sorted out. Be right back, guys. Okay, now we have this sorted back. gotta love technology difficulties. Okay, we are back. So, like I said, we have Grim Cluster, Lapis Cluster, Dual Cluster, Hero Cluster, and Trinity Cluster, all represented in this event today. Which is like
Not bad.
that's pretty
Not
good.
bad at
I like
all.
that. I like that good. I mean, that's a Wanderer event. That's a Wanderer event. I feel it. That's what we like to see. So, I guess the part of me that surprised me the most about the breakdown was how much Prissia there was. Certainly not what I expected to see here. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah. I'm wondering if people are recognizing that Prissia does not have, at least on paper, the way I can think of it is, Priscia does not have the worst matchup against Gil Giotto because she can match the aggressive tempo
Sure.
of that deck.
Sure.
But
She doesn't really care about her graveyard at all, right?
Yeah, the graveyard doesn't really matter. If cards are in the RFG, it's fine. I just need to see a handful of cards in order to like really start to do some damage.
Also,
So I'm wondering if that is the meta call.
Also, with I'll say too, she gets to play things like because she's green, you can play Feastings, or you can play Lorites and Fossil Growths to try to stop opponents' fate triggers, which can be really important. You also can play, because you're in green, you can play Goliath's Command Point, MQ9, which can be really good because like if you can stop Ashwin, if you can like command point an Ashwin as opposed to canceling an Ashwin, that's really good, right? Because if you cancel an Ashwin, Gil will just recast it. Whereas if you just say like, nah, remove it from the game face down, like, oh, okay. Yeah, so that could be really good. I would be curious to see if we're seeing that. And you also can just, really get aggressive with Priscia too. So not particularly fully surprised by that. We have 6 minutes left on the clock. So I think we're going to go to a quick break here as we get ready for round 2. Obviously, we still have games playing. Not too many, but we do have people who are going to go into time. So we'll go into a little bit of mid-roll, including some of the wonderful videos from the official YouTube channel that Rio was kind enough to send us to include. And so, yeah, we will be back in just a minute. We'll be back in we'll say it 12 minutes, I think is probably when we'll check back in and see how we're doing with time on round. So see y'all in just a minute. Hope you guys enjoyed round 1. And let us know in the comments what of these decks you really want us to try to look at that are doing well as we go into the rest of the day. Obviously, round 1, we just kind of grabbed what we had, and it was a pretty cool match. So let us know what matchups, what rulers you want to see us try to hunt down for as we go into rounds, the future rounds. And I'll also verify how many rounds we're going to play today, and I'll have that information for you when we get back too. So see you all in just a minute, and be right back.
Hi Rurers, are you enjoying the new format, Paradox? 3 weeks ago, we released the new set, Masterpiece Collection 02, Fates Reunited, which has been a blast, but the story has to continue, and we left the world of Protopolis on the brink of war. It is time to announce the 4th set of the Trinity cluster. Alex Sansta and Zaki have achieved the impossible, preventing the kingdoms of Protopolis from plunging into all-out war. A peace treaty has been signed by all nations surrounding the sacred ruins, and yet war has begun. But this will not be just any war. From the depths of the interdimensional void, the conqueror, Gil Lapis, has descended upon Protopolis, and he does not come alone. At his side march, his most loyal and fearsome allies, Ashwin, Commander of Darkest Fires, Sylvia, Blade of the Primogenitor, and Blazer, Gil Rabus, behind them. An army of Cryptis spreads like an unstoppable plague. But this is only the beginning. 2 unexpected allies have joined him. Thoth, a god wielding the power of Sandora, commanding the undead hordes of sand, and the ultimate calamity, Helen, the Witch of Forgotten Memories. The enemy of the first Witch War of Protopolis disappeared long time ago, becoming nothing more than a whispered ghost among the survivors. With the entire world on the brink of destruction, its fate hangs by a thread. The Coalition, Academy City, the Hanada Group, and the 3 kingdoms of the Underworld, the Light Castle, the Federation, and the Forest of Amilsol must unite under a single banner. The heroes rise. Lucy, Laika, Alex Sansta, Goliath Hanada, Hachiska Sansta, Moonglow 8th, Ruchiel, Yobze, Utnes, Echo, and even Wu Xiaofu, who must finally uncover whether he is truly just a cat. Before the end, 10 North will be sworn. 10 North that will shape the fate on an entire world, and one snap. The final battle between light and darkness is about to begin. Who will emerge victorious? The war is here. It is time to pick a side in the finale of the Trinity cluster. The 4th and last booster pack of the Trinity cluster, 10 North of the Protopolis War, will be available in late May 2025. We will know soon more about the story of this set. 4 new rulers, Queen Hachiska, Robomaeda, Ashwin, and Helen, and 1 returning ruler, Gil Lapis, which will be included in the Memorial Collection, will appear in this collection to take a part of the war. As with every end of the cluster set, T4 will support all rulers released during the Trinity cluster, with new support cards for each ruler of the Trinity cluster, enhancing the new strategies for them. This set also introduces a unique new ability, Oath, a way to express determination to win the war through cards. We will know more about Oath and this part of the story very soon. Stay tuned for the videos. Alright, before we finish for today, we have a question for you. We were preparing for the WGP 2025 prizes. We'd like to know what would you like to receive as a prize for the most important event of the year. We'd also like to know what would you like to find in the official WGP store. To do so, leave us the answers to these 2 questions in the comments and go to the community section of the same YouTube channel, where there will be a poll where you can vote for the options you like the most. With this information, our development team will prepare the WGP 2025 prizes, but don't worry, even if what you voted is not the chosen one, we will use the result and comments as reference, not to decide exactly what we're going to do. That's it for today. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video.
After much effort, peace has returned to Protopaterpolis. But while exploring what remains of the sacred ruins, Lucy, Laika, Zaki, and Robomida discover a magical seal, a glyph. Hidden within it, they discover Wanxia, the witch of Tower Number 1.
Wanxia, is that you? I thought you were dead.
Wanxia is the missing piece of the puzzle. She knows the truth about Helen. She is the Witch of Calamity, the powerful villain against whom all of Protopaterpolis fought during the First Witch War. Her power is to erase the memories of others and give them new, twisted memories to control them.
Lucy, that means Helen isn't your mother. And if the Calamity is to return, we must be prepared. I will find all the help I can get. My master Yokoshima hid many secrets. I will seek out his secret laboratory and his Imaginarium, the places where he retreated to unleash his creativity. I'll leave now, but I'll return with an army. I'm sure Master Yokoshima left everything prepared for the return of the Calamity. She murdered Master Yokoshima, and I couldn't do anything. This time, I'll make sure she never harms the Hanada family again.
For many years, Robomida has been the guardian of Hanada family, the protector of his master Yokoshima's bloodline, and, in a sense, the true leader of the Hanada group. Saddened by his inability to save Yokoshima's life, now that Robomida knows he'll have a chance to avenge his master, he will do everything in his power to defeat the witch Helen, also known as the Calamity, and take revenge. Robomida has two very different playstyles. He can focus on following the order of his current master, Goliath Hanada, and use build and demolition. Or he can use what he learned from his former master, Yokoshima Hanada, and use Call of the Monarch. If he follows the Goliath Hanada strategy, Robomida will have the full support of the Hanada group, the new automatons, and the technology designed thanks to the knowledge acquired at the Yokoshima's secret laboratory. But if he follows Yokoshima Hanada's strategy, Robomida will have the support of his former master's creations, which are still active after all this time hidden in Yokoshima's Imaginarium. The final confrontation between Robomida and Helen will happen very soon. Will Robomida be ready for the ultimate clash of magic and technology? We'll find out very soon.
Okay, guys, we are just waiting on time has been called for extra turns. So again, the sudden death elements, that extra 10 minutes of overtime has been called. So we're getting the reports in here. One thing I just want to talk about, interestingly enough, a lot of 2-0s. And if I'm looking at the reporting, a lot of 2-0s in the environment, which is certainly interesting. So not a lot of 2-1s. Not a lot of 2-1s. A lot of 1-1 draws now.
Yeah.
Now reporting. So now we're getting all the draws here.
And that's what I could probably come to expect. The metagame is so wide that unless you had a lot of time to like really experiment with a lot of different decks, you probably are not aware of how certain decks play into other matchups. And so if you my experience of this format has been very swingy. Like there are decks that are just at a complete disadvantage from the get-go going into some matchups. And so more decisive 2-0s, especially in round 1, is not really surprising to me. I think we're going to see more 2-1s as we get into round 3 and 4. But Yeah, the back and forth in the early rounds in this metagame, I don't think there's going to be a lot of that.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see how things shake up and kind of what we see scoop to the top, and who, what decks pair up against each other, what decks knock each other out of contention, and we kind of go from there. So we'll see what how things go. Seeing some draws come in here. 1, 2, 3. Trying to see if there's still some of the other games coming up here. 4. I think all 4. I know who 4 of the mask players are, and it looks like all 4 of them won their round 1. So curious to see if the 5th one did. So we'll have to see how that goes. Do we see the mask decks partner into each other and then get paired up or draw, or do they pair up and knock each other out? What's going on? I think that's the thing that everyone wants to know going out of this environment, going into the meta for Minnesota, as well as going into what the ban list will be for shaping up for FowFest, because that's going to be a wild ride, is how successful. I think everyone's got targets on Mask and Giotto, or Guild Giotto specifically, but Giotto is kind of more what they're actually targeting there, to see how much of that converts, right? And right now, like I said, Mask is sub 10% of the full breakdown, but if all 5 of them convert to top 8, then that's a pretty big indicator of an ability to influence some data there, as opposed to if the top 8 is nothing but Giottos and Masks, then that's data as well. So we'll have to see.
Oh yes,
that's good. But this, it's the first GP of the season. We kind of had some known quantities going into it, and there is an element of trying to provide data in what is not a small event. 52 players is not a small event. And honestly, there is kind of an element of, this is the opportunity for Masks decks to give themselves to prove themselves as being worth attention on the next ban list, given how few of them there are in this tournament, right? If 5 of them, with only being 5 of them, if we see a huge high conversion rate on all 5 of them, then that's like, oh, okay. That's something to kind of take note of. So we'll have to see. It's good data to be able to provide, and people will, Shiva could end up coming in and sweeping it, right? Who knows? She could be like, I don't really care about racial stuff. I just want to get big real fast and play Resonator since I go. Okay, sure.
Pretty much, yeah. Resonator-based strategies that don't really care for extra taxes are kind of good, turns out.
Sure.
And if they can manage aggro boards, they're probably the secret to the metagame.
Yeah, certainly.
And Shiva definitely fits that bill.
We are waiting on 2
which,
other
honestly
here.
would be really, really, really kind of cool to see Shiva actually make a big play.
Yeah, for sure.
All things considered, well after her initial limelight season came and went. Really interesting to see her coming back.
Yeah, for sure. I think we have everybody reported here. So we're just waiting to find out what our pairings are for next rounds. And so, yep, okay, everybody's reported, so we'll get our pairings here for round 2 and jump over to that in just a minute. So we'll click over to our short break stream, and we'll do a quick ad as we get ready for round 2. So be back in a minute.
Thanks.
Okay, we're getting started here. We are going to be playing. I don't know who Alexander is on. Cameron's on Light Books on the left. Ooh, we Priscia. Ooh, we got Priscia versus Light Books. I'm very excited about this. Going into round 2.
Uber Priscia is
Yes, very
looking
exciting.
real good.
Hairpin is going to be live. Going to be working with that. Very, very exciting. These guys are currently sitting at table 2. Both currently with 1 win under their belts. I'm excited. Paul, I'm excited. This is a cool matchup for sure.
As someone who used to play Priscia, I'm sure you are very excited.
Yeah, there is one inherent advantage that Light Books might have here if he's playing Light Lightnings is that Priscia loves to give things keywords. So that could be a little bit of a problem in the fact that we might see things die to Light Lightning quickly. The other question is, what kind of books is Cam playing? He's playing starting on Light Book because he wants the white energize, but who knows? Is he playing like my mid-range control version? Is he playing a burn version? Like, don't know. So we'll have to see.
Start of game trigger? Yeah, I've got never-ending stories.
Yeah. And we've got Priscia True
All right,
Beastmaster.
beginning of the game triggers.
Well, it's not a beginning of game trigger it's as the game starts for Grimoire, but so that's just gonna always be on the field. But we do have Hairpin out here, so we're gonna be burning every single time we call stones.
All right, let's take my Uber out of its case.
Flip it. I'm gonna just flip it over real quick here. Yeah, for sure.
Oh my gosh.
This is exciting.
Priscia Stan.
Yeah, and this is a cool Gnarly playmat too. Okay.
Yeah, very
Stone.
artful.
That's a Windstone.
Resonance trigger of the subruler. Shooting you face for 300.
Isn't it Firestones?
Not a Firestone, is it? No, it's
Resonance Wind or
Let's-
Firestone. Yeah, it is Wind or Fire, so he is going to take 300.
Oh, the burn effect fire wind. Okay.
Yep, so he's going to get burned 3. We got a resin drop here. So a green, black, red Priscia. Okay, color me surprised. Look of Corruption?
Well, maybe. Otherwise, he could just be running it because it's a Windstone and just gives him life.
Yeah,
The black might be
that's true.
consequential.
Yeah, that's true.
Producing a black mana. Yeah. To play the therapist.
Ooh,
We're playing
Therapist.
Therapist, main boarded.
that's...
Oh, that's crazy.
The keywords untouchable.
So Therapist is huge against books because it means books can't swap.
Okay.
That's really good. Oof. Did not expect to see a main-boarded Therapist in Priscia. Oof. It does have... I mean, it's very killable, right? We can kill it with Light Lightning. So, like, books has an out here, which is nice.
And it also can't be banished or anything, right?
Can you kill it with Light Lightning?
It doesn't target, so it has... because it can be expelled. Oh, no, it can't be expelled. You're right.
No, it can't.
You can't. So Light Lightning is protected. Oof, that is going to be very difficult. Going to be banished, removed from the graveyard, or expelled. Oh boy.
So you can destroy it.
Tinkerbell?
You can tink it.
Can't swap.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's a crazy first turn in this matchup. Telling books that they don't get to swap is a
Main boarding
massive...
Therapist. Yeah, Therapist is probably one of the unsung champions of this format. We have not seen a lot of Therapists come down lately. But this
Ooh,
card's going
Alter.
to do a lot of work here.
Alter could be very helpful here if
Alter's
we get a
very
flip. Life-stealing Alter can turn into soul-returning Alter. I imagine next turn we might see a Judgment for 1, just to get altar flipped and get us without skipping our Stone Call.
Yeah, take 300.
It's going to take 300 from the Prisia. Does have to give swiftness and flying to the therapists.
Yeah.
Paying 200 again.
And then I would like to play
Guardian Dragon. Yep, as expected. We're just going to get real aggressive.
Classic.
Guardian Dragon, an excellent Prisia card.
In response, I'd like to.
You cannot activate the abilities.
Oh, I can't.
We're tapping our sub ruler.
We can't. Yeah, he's catching it that he can't.
And we can't.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm wondering if Cameron was like
Yeah.
Ramps the stone.
not expecting therapist on turn 1
Yeah.
just as much as we were.
Burns him another 3 because of the resonance trigger from Prisia. Doesn't get swiftness here for the Guardian Dragon, which is a little unfortunate. Oof. Wow. Really aggressive.
And then I will go
Yeah.
into my end of turn.
He's just going to pass it over.
Draw.
I think you
Cam is already at 31, and there's been no attacks yet.
Cam's at 29
Just called stone.
because he's had to pay life.
There's a 29 because he
Yeah.
took 2. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I think you call stone for a 1-drop here. If you have a 1-drop in hand, this is not a terrible position because you can call stone for a 1-drop, which will flip altar over, and then you can use your stone to pay for a 1-drop and sack them both to therapist and get it removed from the game because of rules process with soul returning altar.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly we're kind of off to the races at least. But it's tricky.
Yeah.
We have to have a
Notably,
1-drop
therapist does not have barrier
addition.
He does not have barrier addition. So that's very relevant. Down to 27 now.
Second soul
For a
returning
second
altar? I don't really like that.
Yeah.
Use.
We're gonna judgment for a 1-drop.
That's fine.
And then ram 2 stones.
Yeah. Now there is a world where
Yeah.
you know, this deck could be playing a lot of things like Lunar Protective Life Form in hand, right? So at least based on which version,
Moonshade.
they do come into play tapped.
Enter.
The stones come into play rested.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say right now. They come rested into the field, not recovered.
Oh,
Yep.
did
Yep,
I've
they
got
come
Italian, I can't.
they come into play rested. He does get to go get a 1-drop here. And let's see here. This is not a good spot. This Guardian Dragon is already hitting for 9 in the air.
Let's go next.
He's just going to go ahead and scoop it up just like that and says, I can't answer the therapist. So we're certainly going to see a very quick turnaround there. That turn 1 therapist was really, really, really good.
Yeah, between getting your sub ruler so that every time you call a stone, you're dealing damage to your opponent, which is a progressive act in the game state.
Right.
And then just dropping a card that says you don't get to play the game.
Yeah, it was really good
Yeah,
against
I don't know
books.
what you do.
Yeah, that's really good against books. 51 minutes left on the clock, gentlemen.
Cheers.
Yeah, therapist, very good solo mode against books. Just turning off the sub ruler entirely is real rough. Certainly not going to let Prisia have the sub ruler to start with. Certainly going to be going first. Even against G&G. Yeah, that's true. It's good against G&G as well because he won't have. Although Ashwin can still remove. Oh no, you can't be removed from the game.
I don't necessarily agree.
So, I mean, it stops Ashwin from being able to remove. So it does a couple things. It does stop the sub ruler being able to produce will for. It does stop the sub ruler from being able to produce will for cryptids. It does stop Ashwin from being able to grab a cryptid from the deck because it won't have races. And that's about it.
Yeah. And if you're the Gilgioto player, you're just like, cool.
Oh, that's true. That's fair.
Yeah.
Someone pointed out it's an immortal blocker because it can't be removed from the game. So even if it would be destroyed, it just stays on field. And so because it has
I'll just
protect,
play these flyers instead.
yeah. So the Ashwin just can't ever get any damage. The flyers also don't help because a therapist has protect.
Just go wide.
That's true. That's what they have to do at that point in time. But not having races
Which
hurts
is their
them from
game
being
plan.
able. Not having races makes it harder for them to go wide faster.
I suppose.
I mean, if they're playing like a heavy Lucifer package or something like that, then sure, then that's fine. You'll eventually get there, especially with life drain and stuff like that. But if you're playing like Harden on the cryptid package, then you kind of need Ashwin to generate your extra cryptid value, and Therapist says like you aren't grabbing cryptids.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm trying to channel my inner Tyler Tompkins, who very much loves Gilgioto, and he would be like, "It's fine. I'll just do this instead."
That's fair. Very fair. He was playing Ethereal Princesses in his build, which is certainly an interesting.
Lucifer's Ethereal Princesses was not relying on the cryptids. In fact, he thought the cryptids were just added value on top of Ashwin being a better card.
That's true.
They're only good because you cheat them in, but other than that, they're not very good cards.
Starting with Book of Dark here. We swap into Book of Dark for Cam. Seeing if we're going first or second. Waiting to see if we get that coin or not. I don't think you want to take that extra burn damage, so I think you give Priscia the coin, right?
I think you do, yeah.
Especially because if he does try to go turn one, there's a world where if he tries to go turn one, play Therapist again, you could respond to the Therapist with, tap Subruler.
Do you want to go first or second?
Getting things live.
I'll go second.
He's choosing to let Priscia have the coin, or let it go first. So we're taking that Black Energize. What are we taking Black Energize for? Vacus?
Is that right?
Yeah. For me too?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but
be
you would have to
helpful.
see a Bluestone off the top, and
Well-
you would have to be very confident that you were getting the Bluestone off the top if
Yeah.
it's vacuous. So, I'm not entirely sure. I will say though, giving Priscia the Subruler,
Yeah.
it's got to be a real good plan. It's got to be a really good black card on one.
Yeah, for sure. Well, something like no, not even because Vacus expels it, so you can't even like uppercut it, right? Something where you could like kill the Therapist and then uppercut it.
Bring back.
Yeah, Therapist is very sticky. I don't
Solo
know how you
mode
get rid of
Therapist.
that card.
Solo mode Therapist
right
for
now.
sure.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I don't. if you're not running solo mode Therapist, reevaluate maybe. I just assume if you're running Therapist, it's always solo mode.
Sure. I did find out today we were playing 5 rounds today, so this is the second of our 5. So we've got the Subruler live.
What?
Pre-game's okay?
Yeah, half cut?
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fine. Am I good to resolve?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So we're getting our Grimoire out here. Want to be able to draw more cards.
Yeah.
We've got our Hairpin out live. We're going to be taking burn damage.
So Regali. Oh no. Sorry, I'm going second.
Yup.
So that's just going to be hitting us for some damage here.
Yeah.
Do we see the turn 1 Therapist again off of a turn 1 Blackstone? If we don't,
if you do,
Cam's got some time, right? Like,
Yep.
mhm.
so that's a green-red. So we're not seeing a turn 1 Therapist, which gives Cam some time.
take 3, don't I?
No, it's the Prisia stone. I'm playing Prisia, so I don't pay the life.
No, I take 3.
Ah, yeah, you pay. You take 3. Yeah.
So
Sorry,
Yeah.
didn't understand that one.
So we're
Yeah.
going down to 37 off of the burn. Got a turn though. We got a turn to live. We got a turn to start getting things set up.
Don't have any targets.
Yeah.
So they
Wouldn't it be great if the stones that would burn me actually burn you instead?
Yeah, for sure. Except I'm Prisia, so they don't burn me at all. Just gonna pass the turn here. I am curious if we might see a Lorite to stop the swap. There's our blue stone off the top, so now Vakis is, there.
Pass.
He's gonna pass. Okay, I think that's smart. Waiting to swap against a deck that's probably running Lorites, waiting for him to tap resources seems like a good decision.
Going into recovery.
Yeah.
So we got going into recovery. We'll see if that second stone comes down. Are we going to see?
Before the recovery starts.
Oh, we're gonna try to get before recovery. We're gonna try to get a Fiery Fox of Reincarnation.
To search my deck.
In response, I'd like to mirror by expelling a.
We're gonna mirror that.
We're gonna do the expel mirror
Oh.
mode because we can.
Fine.
Yep. So he gets to
like
recycle.
to cancel, and we can only play during the main phase.
Yeah.
Draw a card.
So that's pretty good. Neither player has 2 stones, and you stopping that Fiery Fox is huge. You can do some pretty silly things.
And for stone.
Do we see a darkness stone here or another green-red? There's a black stone.
That's a darkness source.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take 3 because of the being a firestone. Do we see another therapist come down? I mean, if we do see a therapist come down, you have to swap in response, right? Like that's pretty mandatory because you don't want to lose it
Absolutely.
immediately.
100 life. To produce a black.
And there's the therapist.
Playing,
There's the therapist.
So we're certainly gonna see a swap come down here.
That on the stack, I'd like to activate myself.
Ideally.
Do we see a Lorite here to stop the swap?
Yeah, that's fine.
Nope, that's gonna happen. Okay, so we get to swap. Kind of huge.
Yeah.
Judgment for a 2-drop. Oh, this does mean though that with therapist that we can't swap back. That's a big piece here too.
Yes.
Mirror.
Discards a mirror. So how are we outing
That's
therapist
Yep.
in books when we get 1 judgment?
And I'm gonna pass my turn to you.
Is it a precision?
It's a good question. Is there a precision Will of Hope? I don't think there is.
Not a Will of Hope.
There might be a precision
one.
Will of Dark.
There's definitely the
Will of
Gil
Despair.
Lapis. The Gil Lapis is a Will of Despair.
My turn.
He just doesn't have a 1
But
drop. He's
he's-
just judgmenting. I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah.
I would have wanted to go for at least a 2-drop.
This does feel like a back foot.
This feels like Vakis is coming down here to stop this therapist, though.
I'd like to tap for a blue and use my black will coin
There's Vakis.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's after
Blue and black.
Yeah, after recovery.
Yeah.
Vakis. Yeah, Vacuous is here. But he can't do anything. It can't be expelled. He can still target it. But we can do the stat neg piece.
Enter. Target therapist.
Yes, you could do the stat neg on.
Well,
What?
Therapist cannot be expelled.
Ah, right. Yeah. That's right. Sorry, forgot that one. Thanks. Yeah, the text, it cannot be banished.
But the stat neg part is huge.
Because I'm in
Yes.
Okay.
So you can...
Yeah, basically Cameron goes to his turn, gives it -6, goes to his main
Recovers.
phase, gives it -6 again.
Cool
Yeah.
stone.
Yep.
yeah.
And the Vakis is still, can be helpful for other situations too, based on what we see played from the Prisia player, right? Like, yeah, Alexander now needs to spend the time to kill the Vakis, because if the Vakis can successfully kill the Prisia the therapist next turn, then kind of off to the races. Since we get Subruler live, we can judgment, we can flip back, we can do all kinds of nonsense.
Then going into my turn.
Yeah.
Drop a turn.
We're gonna be able to get Fiery Fox though here with the hairpin.
Gonna move into recovery.
Yeah.
Now Fiery Fox won't be able to do anything this turn. Oh, we just moved to recovery. Okay.
He tried to get Fiery Fox, didn't he? And they
He
canceled it with Mirror.
Yeah, but it's not a God's Art.
Yeah.
So he's going to take 3. But he didn't try to do it again before recovery here, which I think is interesting. Like, why not? Oh, he cannot search for Fiery Fox because of his own therapist? Oh, neither player can activate sub-rulers. You're right. Thanks, Min. It does lock both players. You're right.
Yeah.
Guardian Dragon's going to get to enter.
Yeah.
Ramp us a stone.
Down to 28.
Did hit a red-green stone, so we can give the swiftness to the dragon.
He gains flying and swiftness.
Yeah.
What are we doing? So how much damage are we taking from this Priscia?
And then I would like to go into battle.
So this is currently swinging for 3 plus 8, 11? That's not too bad.
Well,
And
yeah, 11's pretty good.
with
It's
800.
11, right?
11, yeah.
Takes him down to 17. That's okay.
I'm gonna think.
He needs to kill that therapist. Like, that has to be the end. Like, what we do here.
100%.
Makes me wonder whether or not
How big is therapist again?
Cam is
200, 700.
whether Cam is playing any form of the books to like gain life, the Grimoire
Down to
contracts.
17.
And then I'm
He
going
might be, but just not seeing them because he can't swap.
Yeah, because he gets
To
which is
draw
why
extra
I'm
cards.
saying, like, if he can get therapist kill
I'd like
here.
to activate vacuous to target therapist.
yeah, that's fine.
-6/-6. Move to
May I
recovery.
Recover.
Yep, we're gonna get to swap it next
I'd like to
turn.
activate vacuous again to reduce therapist.
Okay, so therapist is killed.
Coolstone.
So now we can start doing some swaps.
Then I'd like to activate my sub ruler to D-judgment.
We're flipping back. So we can swap.
If he tries to do something here, we just do it
because these are
again.
colorless that can only be used for judgment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this is the part of books where you don't do anything.
Yeah, you just like, yeah, you got it. You swap back. You got it. 100%. Swap back for sure.
I'd like
If
to
you have a second therapist in hand, I can see him lore writing here.
We are getting to successfully swap. If we get a book discarded and we judgment for a 2-drop, then we're in a pretty decent
discard a
spot.
flashing smile.
There's the flashing smile. No books here. 10 ounce is probably what we're going to try to judgment for. For a 2-drop? What 3-drop would we want to play here?
Tap 1 and use the colorless to judgment for 2.
Yeah, that's fine.
Enter.
What 2-drop Will of Despair are we getting here? It's 10 ounce. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
This means us that next turn we'll be able to do judgment for a 3-drop while leaving 2 stones open. So Cam's immediately back in this game. We've cleared first hurdle, right? First hurdle was... I could see a tink. Do we have a tink? Do we have a Tinkerbell activate to just get the guy off board? I don't hate that, but I don't know. Maybe I save that for next turn.
Then pass the turn.
We're just going to pass the turn there. So we are in a position where we can judgment for a 3-drop, which is probably Arla, Will of Despair, right?
37.
Yeah.
Producing 1 green and playing the 3 warriors.
I think that is 3 beast friends.
I think that still costs... For each non-J... No,
cost
it only
1?
costs 1
Yeah.
because he has a Regalia and an addition, so it only costs 1. That's a good sideboard tech here as well.
Yeah,
So-
that's fine.
That's going to pop the 10 oaths, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Destroying it, draw 1 card.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, that's really good here.
Card draw.
Yeah.
So now Cameron can still judgment for a 3-drop here.
I will go into my turn.
His best situation, I think, is probably judgment for a 2-drop plus Tink.
Gonna move
to clear the board, but that's really, really risky. And it's certainly you have to wait until like Alexander uses all of his resources up here.
Yeah, gonna tap for a storm.
Especially since we have 2 bodies on board that just by themselves and the burn damage from the flip are representing lethal. Now Vakis can block the 3 Beast Warriors, which is helpful.
300.
Yeah, I'm at 14.
We're going 14.
This is a turn where we really need Lunar Protective Life Form, or we're in a bad spot.
Then I would like to
Mhm.
move into the battle step.
Yep, and we're just going to go straight into combat first, which I think is correct.
What keywords has Priscia given? And to who?
Swiftness to my
3 Beast Warriors. Yeah, that's the one you did not want him to give it to.
because it's a fire magic stone.
Yeah.
So we have a Light Lightning in hand.
Combat's
Like,
fine.
There's a world where Cameron with all these cards can still fully answer this turn, right? Just because of things like
Mhm.
I'd like to tap to pay 1 life down to 13 for Flashing Smile.
we're doing a Flashing Smile, here.
Flashing smile.
It'll be
I can't
1800.
find hand.
5 in hand. It's 15, if I'm right.
So it'll be 4 in hand, 5 in hand, it'll be 18.
And yeah, I guess that's fine.
Yeah, true.
Lars, to your point about the book must flip back, that is a missed trigger element. You are correct. The Will of Hope, I think it's would have left the field, but it is a missed trigger element, and we have been instructed that we are not supposed to interrupt for missed trigger things.
To produce the black.
Here, Therapist is back.
Second
Ugh.
therapist. Baited him out to use the flashing smile, and now this therapist is gonna stick here.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna move into my end step.
We're just moving to end turn.
Can I draw?
So now we're stuck on Light Book. We can't even Judgment.
Am I okay to
go ahead.
draw?
Yeah.
Which that miss trigger actually does a heck of a lot here. Because it would have given him the opportunity to flip again and maybe get another 10 oaths.
Right.
But
Now he's just kind of stuck.
Varkus has barrier, right?
Yeah, 1 or less.
1 or less. Okay.
Lars, the book was killed on the same. The Tenos was killed on the same turn it came out, so the floating will wouldn't have been able to do anything. Because he'd already performed Judgment with Dark Book that turn, and it already swapped.
Girl staring at?
Girl staring at during main phase.
during main phase is interesting.
Does turn off. Oh, I think the idea is you want to use it to turn off Therapist this turn, and then you can Judgment, and then set up for something next turn. Paying 100.
Feels very desperate.
Long Tony.
Long Tony. We might be,
digging for
answers.
Some kind of answer here.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Forgot the end of turn trigger.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Both missed some triggers there too.
Girl staring at?
Yeah. In response to Chubby.
Yeah.
Is
That's
Chubby
fine. Yeah.
Then draw.
Chubby's good. We're gonna draw.
Banish the Chubby. Then draw.
Yeah.
And what else did we see here?
Discard
Discard the Fiery Snake.
Snake.
What did we find something to stop the girl staring at, or are we out of luck?
Yeah.
Girl staring at has resolved.
That
okay,
happens.
So,
we got We got some time. We need to see some contracts to start gaining some life back. That's a big piece here, because right now the stone calls are killing us.
activate my sub roller to de-judgment.
Yep.
Swap out.
Yeah.
Minha, I don't think there were any resonators. There would have been one resonator engraved at end of turn. I think or there would have been several because of the flashing smile. I think he just, that's another missed trigger again. Discarding never ends. Just not seeing our books, our life gain books. Really unfortunate. Because we're playing a blue version, so it has to make me think that there's falchions in the main boards. If we'd seen any of our life gain stuff, then we play a falchion and we're kind of off to the races, you know?
Judgment for 2.
Judgment for 2?
Yep,
Yeah.
probably going to get another 10 oaths out here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Enter.
Enter effects. Also good.
Get a 10 oaths.
10 oaths is now
Yeah, the
out.
life gain zone should be triggering
Yep.
every end of turn as of turn 3 on.
Yeah, I
So
think
you got 2
I think they've
resurrections
caught
turns.
it. I think they've caught it for now, so they'll catch it. But again, we're not allowed to tell them on mistriggers, so we have to let them carry it out. The only time I was able to jump in was on something like Vacus Expelling Therapist because it literally can't. Okay, so we've got a 10
there
oaths
might
out
be a world
here.
where Alexander thinks that Snake is redundant because the therapist is the thing winning him the game right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
Therapist and Stone Calls. You only got to deal with 13 more life from Cam. It's not very much.
I'm gonna
It's
rest
really not.
my J ruler to cast.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Removing my therapist from the game.
Cage of Mother Goose coming in here to answer the
as a result.
therapist. Very good.
Is Book of Fairy Tale?
Yes, they
Yeah,
are book
okay.
fairy tales.
but you can't remove it.
Yes, you can. It has no abilities. It's under Girl Staring At.
Oh, it's under GST. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. GST main phase
Then it's fine.
working out great
So
here.
enter target therapist.
Yeah.
It's removed from the game.
Under the control of.
The cage. Yeah.
That's pretty good. Buys us a little bit more time.
Fine.
We can at least judgment for a 3-drop next turn while leaving open 1 will.
Cards in hand?
6.
Lots of cards in hand, which means lots of potential discard spells, or, expel spells here. Also, I think something was said about
Stabilizer.
having light lightning.
Choose 1 red and 1 green.
End of turn.
Play Sympathy of Fire and Wind.
This is where I would get a fiery fox too.
Sympathy.
Targeting your Vacus.
Sympathy of Fire
That's
and
really
Wind
good.
here gets to target the Vacus and gets to target his face, burning him for 8, taking him down to 5, which means the stone. He's just gonna, and unfortunately, Cameron's just gonna scoop it up at that point in time.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
you
Ooh.
stone twice. So
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Acid
Unfortunate.
burn.
therapist though.
I have another therapist in my hand. Yeah.
Now we're seeing the power of Prisia.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Do just hold on one second.
Yeah, we could. Yeah.
Do just want to point out to you guys a couple things now that the match is over. Couple things. I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna mute the stream. You can hear us now. I was just explaining the situation to the players, guys. That's why you couldn't hear me. So normally I would have a judge call button that I would click, but that doesn't work on this stream.
Yeah, buddy, there's no audio input from you.
Well, that was because I was muted on the call, Paul, but they could still hear me. Anyway, muting in multiple different places is always fun. But you can hear me now. So, yeah, that was round 2. We're going to round 3. We see Priscia is now 2-0. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting match, I'd say. There's still a lot of time left on the clock here. Trying to check and see what Priscia doing Priscia stuff. Yeah. The Vacus was a good idea, right? Listen here. We can afford audio at Polar School. I have 7 programs running at once and I'm by myself in this room. You can stop. So let's see here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Go back into this room here. So we've got how are things going? Okay. Still a lot of games still playing. We got 24 minutes left on the clock here. Paul, if you had played this weekend, not that you and I play in GPs ever, what would you have played this weekend, you think?
I think I would have. I probably would have brought my Lucy list.
Okay.
With the understanding that I would have had to retool for the aggro matchup.
Sure.
And I think I would have made the wrong call because even though I would be very comfortable on the deck,
so much
they're
Gil-Giotto.
Yeah, not so much Gil-Giotto, but then also recognizing that Priscia as a deck exists. Not seeing that coming, I don't know how that would have gone. But I think I could develop a plan relatively easily. Just knowing how that deck functions.
Yeah.
There are a lot of tools that Lucy has that are at her disposal to manage that. But what would you have played? Books?
I think I probably would have played books, to be perfectly honest. My dark book variant. I feel like into aggro matchups, it does exceedingly well. I feel like it doesn't super care about Gil-Giotto that much. I feel like we have some ideas for how to play into Mask, or at least hold our own against Mask. That it's like, you know, the version that I play, that you'll see on the channel in the coming weeks, I think would have, with some tweaks, been something you certainly could play this weekend. I think it plays decently well into Zero. I think it plays decently well into things like Adelbert, because you're like activate heavy, so you don't super care about like casting spells necessarily. Interestingly enough, not a single Adelbert here today, so not something I would have had to have worried about. So that's at least nice to not have to worry about the Adelbert lockout. I think it, you know, I think it's a deck that rewards reps on itself and understanding of other decks, which, as a person who is in every community and constantly trying to build every single deck for the sake of the channel, I think I have an inherent advantage piloting it, because I understand what every other deck is trying to do at its core. Now, obviously, spicy tech aside, you know, that's going to be what it is. And I'm going to have to deal with that. Like, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I would be pretty reliant on, like, the girl staring ats that I'm playing in books to be able to answer the therapists, although I am playing main board for Falchions, right? So Falchion is good against therapists. You just put it back in their hand. And then you're off to the races from that point. So, like, I'm not without it's a deck that feels like it's not without answers to everything. You just have to play smart and understand it. So if I was playing the GP, I would probably have been on my take on books.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's me. So we are going to take a break here for a bit. We've got a bit of time before round 3 still, and it's kind of lunchtime for us. So we want to refuel as we get into it. Again, let us know in the chat what rulers you want to see. We've seen 4 different rulers at this point in time. Shiva, Lulu, one of the variants of books, and then Prisia. Let us know what you want us to try to see next round. We'll do our best to see which one's doing the best and kind of go from there. Because day 1 is all about seeing the fun variety of stuff that people bring and the interesting matchups. We look at the most competitive stuff tomorrow when we see the full breakdown of who makes top 8. So we'll kind of go from there. Solo Giotto, Jeremy, stop. And again, as far as we know, there are 3 invites on the line in this event, which is very exciting for the Discord event. So it's probably why we have so many players, 52 people competing for 3 invites, including a paid to first. I believe the first place is a paid. So pretty exciting stuff. So we will be back shortly after a little bit of a break, and you can enjoy watching Rio tell you all about the new cards and everything else. So thank you all so much. Be back in a bit.
Hi Rez, are you enjoying the new format, Paradox? 3 weeks ago, we released the new set, Masterpiece Collection 02, Fates Reunited, which has been a blast, but the story has to continue, and we left the world of Protopolis on the brink of war. It is time to announce the 4th set of the Trinity cluster. Alex Sansta and Zaki have achieved the impossible, preventing the kingdoms of Protopolis from plunging into all-out war. A peace treaty has been signed by all nations surrounding the sacred ruins, and yet war has begun. But this will not be just any war. From the depths of the interdimensional void, the conqueror, Gil Lapis, has descended upon Protopolis, and he does not come alone. At his side march, his most royal and fearsome allies, Ashwin, Commander of Darkest Fires, Sylvia, Blade of the Primogenitor, and Blazer, Gil Rabus, behind them. An army of Cryptis spreads like an unstoppable plague. But this is only the beginning. 2 unexpected allies have joined him. Thoth, a god wielding the power of Sandora, commanding the undead hordes of sand, and the ultimate calamity, Helen, the witch of forgotten memories. The enemy of the first witch war of Protopolis disappeared long time ago, becoming nothing more than a whispered ghost among the survivors. With the entire world on the brink of destruction, its fate hangs by a thread. The Coalition, Academy City, the Hanada Group, and the 3 kingdoms of the Underworld, the Light Castle, the Federation, and the Forest of Amilsol must unite under a single banner. The heroes rise. Lucy, Laika, Alex Sansta, Goliath Hanada, Hachiska Sansta, Moonglow 8th, Ruchiel, Yogze, Utnes, Echo, and even Wu Xiaofu, who must finally uncover whether he is truly just a cat. Before the end, 10 North will be sworn. 10 North that will shape the fate on an entire world and one snap. The final battle between light and darkness is about to begin. Who will emerge victorious? The war is here. It is time to pick a side in the finale of the Trinity cluster. The 4th and last booster pack of the Trinity cluster, 10 North of the Protopolis War, will be available in late May 2025. We will know soon more about the story of this set. 4 new rulers, Queen Hachiska, Robomaeda, Ashwin, and Helen, and 1 returning ruler, Gil Lapis, which will be included in the Memorial Collection, will appear in this collection to take a part of the war. As with every end of the cluster set, T4 will support all rulers released during the Trinity cluster, with new support cards for each ruler of the Trinity cluster, enhancing the new strategies for them. This set also introduces a unique new ability, Oath, a way to express determination to win the war through cards. We will know more about Oath and this part of the story very soon. Stay tuned for the videos. Alright, before we finish for today, we have a question for you. We were preparing for the WGP 2025 prizes. We'd like to know what would you like to receive as a prize for the most important event of the year. We'd also like to know what would you like to find in the official WGP store. To do so, leave us the answers to these 2 questions in the comments and go to the community section of the same YouTube channel, where there will be a poll where you can vote for the options you like the most. With this information, our development team will prepare the WGP 2025 prizes, but don't worry, even if what you voted is not the chosen one, we will use the result and comments as reference, not to decide exactly what we're going to do. That's it for today. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video.
are my sunlight.
After much effort, peace has returned to Protopater Paulus. But while exploring what remains of the sacred ruins, Lucy, Laika, Zaki, and Robomida discover a magical seal, a glyph. Hidden within it, they discover Wan Xia, the witch of Tower Number 1.
Wang Xia, is that you? I thought you were dead.
Wang Xia is the missing piece of the puzzle. She knows the truth about Helen. She is the Witch of Calamity, the powerful villain against whom all of Protopater Paulus fought during the First Witch War. Her power is to erase the memories of others and give them new, twisted memories to control them.
Lucy, that means Helen isn't your mother. And if the Calamity is to return, we must be prepared. I will find all the help I can get. My master Yokoshima hid many secrets. I will seek out his secret laboratory and his Imaginarium, the places where he retreated to unleash his creativity. I'll leave now, but I'll return with an army. I'm sure Master Yokoshima left everything prepared for the return of the Calamity. She murdered Master Yokoshima, and I couldn't do anything. This time, I'll make sure she never harms the Hanada family again.
For many years, Robomida has been the guardian of Hanada family, the protector of his master Yokoshima's bloodline, and, in a sense, the true leader of the Hanada group. Saddened by his inability to save Yokoshima's life, now that Robomida knows he'll have a chance to avenge his master, he will do everything in his power to defeat the witch Helen, also known as the Calamity, and take revenge. Robomida has two very different playstyles. He can focus on following the order of his current master, Goliath Hanada, and use build and demolition, or he can use what he learned from his former master, Yokoshima Hanada, and use Call of the Monarch. If he follows the Goliath Hanada strategy, Robomida will have the full support of the Hanada group, the new automatons, and the technology designed thanks to the knowledge acquired at the Yokoshima's secret laboratory. But if he follows Yokoshima Hanada's strategy, Robomida will have the support of his former master's creations, which are still active after all this time hidden in Yokoshima's Imaginarium. The final confrontation between Robomida and Helen will happen very soon. Will Robomida be ready for the ultimate clash of magic and technology? We'll find out very soon.
Sure.
So we are back, still waiting on round 3. We just hit overtime starting for everybody. So people are starting their 10 minutes of extra time here as we get started. And Paul, I want to talk about a little bit about a couple things. One, this event had no major tournament data going into it, but it will be the first major tournament data going into Minnesota. Do you think being the first event versus the second event in the same format, like, how do you think that might have influenced what people chose to bring today, or how it might influence what we see get played in Minnesota?
I think this being the first event is really favorable to aggro. We had basically 25 new rulers injected into the format, but we also had 5 rulers from set 3 of Trinity Cluster, and then we had 10 more rulers injected, plus these then 25. So really, we had 40 new variables coming into this GP because we really didn't see a lot of competitive tests going into this. So this GP is actually incredibly important. So what I think people had to do is they had to kind of guesstimate as to what they might encounter just based on their testing, kind of looking and seeing, okay, what rulers of those 40 are most likely to show up and which ones have the most validity. And from there, kind of just whittle down and say, okay, what is the metagame?
Yeah.
In Minnesota, that picture is going to be much more cleared up and much more based on data.
Yes.
And so this is an incredibly important GP, but because it's Wild West territory, aggro plays very well into that, and that's pretty true across a lot of card games.
Yeah, for sure.
So
the
I'm not
idea
surprised
of
to
red
see
deck
Lulus
red deck
and
wins
Pricias.
kind of a thing.
Well, aggressive deck wins,
yeah,
right? And
extrapolate.
Aggressive decks that can be multi-variant in terms of how they play
for sure
are going to be really, really strong if they can pivot. Like Prisia, we just saw Prisia.
Yeah, for sure.
Prisia is a very hey, I'm going to stick a therapist and then just play cards and burn you by just playing the game.
Yeah, for sure.
I would say that's an aggressive strategy, but it took a lot longer than most aggressive strategies take.
Yeah.
Right?
I think there's this world where decks, I talked about how I would have brought light books to this event or my book list to this event. I think because it was so flexible, I think there was a discussion, we were having this before, that books arguably might be better to bring to the Minnesota event because the books selections for Will of Hope, Will of Despair can be pretty dependent on what you expect the meta to be. And so if you're playing into this wider meta, you might have to commit more of your sideboard to a wider spread of stuff. I'm not entirely sure if my take on it that's as dependent in that regards, but it is certainly a consideration of whether you bring something like 0 to this, which is kind of trying to do the same thing regardless of what it plays against, as opposed to books, which can kind of capitalize on being able to call what you're playing against, right? So in Minnesota, you're going to have maybe a better picture of what's going on, or what decks are topping, and therefore what people might be trying to play. Or you kind of start to learn where the starting point is for the 1-step, 2-step, 3-step meta guess call. And a deck like books might be able to capitalize on that pretty well. So,
yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, if you're the kind of person who says, hey, I'm going to I really like this deck, I'm going to stick on it. I think it's a good matchup for a lot of the field, with maybe some exceptions. I'm using this GP as a kind of testing field to see, are my assumptions in my planning stage, are my assumptions being borne out, or are they things that, are there things in that testing that I didn't account for? This is a good GP for that because it is so wide and variant. So going into Minnesota, I mean, if you're on books this time and you're planning on going into Minnesota with the same idea of playing books as well. This is really helpful.
Yeah, it's a really good testing environment.
We're at 52 players today, so that's a pretty decent field for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that's a fair testing field.
You could see a lot of variance here. I'm trying to check out who's still playing in terms of 1, 2, 3 members of the 4-member anti-mask mask brigade, as Jeremy Lindley has put it, are still playing in sudden death overtime. So who knows what comes out of that? We'll see what comes out of them here. So we'll see what I'm very curious to see. Like, we could run. I think we're all expecting at least 1 mask to top 8. We're all expecting at least 2, probably 1 or 2 Gil Giottos to top. But the full breakdown of how impressive or how full up that top 8 is between the kind of known entities and how much rogue spice we get into there is really interesting to see. Like, I'm very curious to see what we come out of it. We could run today 5 times and have a pseudo different top 8 all 5 times, which I think is very interesting. They're all gonna tie. You can hear Matt's game. It's not looking good. That's not a good spot to be in. I mean, 101's not bad. 101's not a bad record to be in. But, if you're trying to do all 4 of you top 8ing, so then suddenly one of you's going to get paired up into the other one, and then you're going to knock each other out. And the anti-mask mass brigade, who knows? We'll see how it goes. Well, I'm very curious to see what comes out of today. It'll be interesting data to see. And I think that for me, I'm really excited about the fact that we have, looks like Steven and Misha both won there. So 3 of the members of the anti-mask mass brigade have won their matches. So that gives you something there.
Here's my theory about masks right now in terms of mask lists.
Yeah, hear it.
Unless you are a player who can decisively win, especially in the mask matchup, but really in the control matchup in this environment, your games going to time is going to be a real problem.
Potentially,
So
yeah.
unless you can win in Cinch game 1 with your mask list, you might have a really hard time. I've experienced Charlotte and Glorious just in my own matches, and that deck can take a long time.
Yeah,
especially if it gets paired up against another control deck.
Yeah, for
so
sure.
I'm wondering if that alone is going to kind of curb.
We'll see how it goes.
Some of the edge those decks have.
Yeah, we'll certainly see it. We're going to kick over to a short break because we're about to get ready for round 3. Sudden overtime is about to end, so we will be right back with our round 3. See you in a minute. Okay. Oh, I got the names swapped again. Gosh darn it. I got to fix that. So we have Patrick Ogrance versus John Hiller. We have Burn Books on the left versus Gil Giotto on the right. These guys are sitting at table 2. Both of these are currently 2-0. Looking forward to seeing how this matchup goes. And yeah, this is going to be interesting. You see I have Nyarlathotep here. The Realized Truth. This is the card that Bird Books tries to use to unseal Mysteries of My List and burn you too fast, which against Gil Giotto could happen. Like, very real possibility that we could just get that there. Gil Giotto does not have any green or blue, cancels, right? So very real possibility that you get to just burn them for 4,000 and move on. So
Certainly true. Yeah, just get the 2 stones and then.
And as
Yeah.
and as books, you're probably playing things like Light Lightning. The only downside here is that like you're playing it. The only real downside this deck experiences for Gil Giotto is the fact that you are losing your you can't reanimate the books to like do the silly life gain shenanigans because you can't reanimate the Crimson Moon's fairy tale because they'll just get RFG'd instead. So I think that's pretty much the only things that book loses here. Doing post mulligans, and then we'll go get a grimoire as well. The other problem is too is that the Ashwin can just remove the the grimoire from the game, which is a little unfortunate. So we don't get that, but that's not necessarily that bad. Potentially it does mean that if the opening isn't Ashwin, then things like Lucifer don't do nearly as much, right? Because you can't lose any life. So we'll see how this goes. It is in fact Azure Spirit. Gonna go get our grimoire.
The boy, the myth, the legend.
So let's see how this goes. And is Patrick going first? So we don't have to deal with Sub-Ruler. So that's good. So it does mean if we have a turn 1 answer to like a cancel somehow to answer the Ashwin, we can be in a pretty good spot.
Good to start.
So let's see how this goes. Hey, Ruler's Memoria. We do start with a Regalia, so that's an Omni Stone off the top. That's a pretty cool tech. I am not currently trying to use that. Seeing if the swap is good. We're going to draw and discard a card. What card are we losing? We won't get to see what card we lose. It just gets RFG'd face down. Just gone.
Whatever it is, it's not nearly as important as the card we just drew.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think you Judgment here yet, because I think if you have any kind of green cancel stuff, you want to hold it up for a potential turn 1 Ashwin. But what do I know?
Remind me, because if you can do Judgment on quick cast speed or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm
not sure
saying.
if
You
can
can.
or not.
You can. Yep.
You can.
Yep.
I think you probably do it on the end of their turn.
Yeah, if you need to. Yep, for sure. 100%. There's no reason to Judgment proactively in this matchup. Like, you should always be reactive. Because, like, he could put down an Ashwin, and then you just respond to it with a Light Lightning, and that burns his coin for the turn. Like, that's... You want to be able to kind of know what you're dealing with here before just, like, tapping out and giving free reign for him to just do whatever he wants during the turn. Do we see a turn 1 Ashwin? Do we see a turn 1 Regalia? Just a pass. So no Ashwin off the top. This gives a really good opportunity for Patrick. We are going to Judgment for a 1-drop.
Guard.
Bloodfire
Curious
Battlefield
what this is gonna do.
would be played by another player without paying 1. So this doesn't stop him. Because he's cheating stuff in. Because he's not playing them. So this is actually really good. This is like fine for him.
Well, there's a world too where he can tap it to discard any cryptids that are in his hand.
Certainly
to draw
not
cards.
Yeah, that's true. We can cycle. So he still gets to cheat in a 1-drop. He still gets to cheat in things though. This does stop the OTK since the chance to deal damage is a 1-drop. Without paying more than 1 will? That's true. So you have to pay 2 wills. So that's what it's being used for, to stop the Mysteries of my list. Because Mysteries can't be used here, right?
Yeah. Did he fail to find?
He doesn't... I don't think he's playing... I don't think he's playing any 1-drop Will of Hopes. Which I think is maybe incorrect in this matchup particularly, because a 1-drop Will of Hope into a turn 2 Proto Powder like Tenos means that suddenly your 1-drop can just block Ashwin and just not care. So I don't know. That feels incorrect to me. You get kind of a free turn to do it. I mean, we're clearly judgmenting for a Tenos here. Like, we have the will to do it. This sets us up rather nicely.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a pretty good position for Patrick to be in. He's certainly up on will. We're going to see 2 will available still. 3 will for a judgment. Oh, I don't think... Oh, maybe that John hasn't played against books. Because I'm hearing... If you're hearing it on the stream, we have Patrick explaining what Tenos does. So John might have... not be super aware. Although if he is not super aware of it, playing this Yo Midgard thing is kind of a bold play into a blind deck. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I don't know how many folks are actually considering this card in their deck building and in their pre-planning against the list.
Sure.
So like this is a really good anti-mirror card. And so like anti-mirror, anti-fair spell, really any 1 cost disruption. So this might just be his generic play line. Like this is how I play the game.
Yeah.
Going against anything blind.
Maybe.
Yeah.
That works. Sorry, just I haven't interacted with these cards before, so it's understanding the lines to make sure.
Yep, okay, I just heard John explain that he hasn't played against book decks before. Interestingly enough, how crazy that he hasn't played against books before and Yo Midgard stops the thing that Patrick is trying to cheese people with. That's very funny.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a gamble, but it's like playing Muse, right? It'd be like playing Muse Spirit. It'd be like, here.
So now Ashwin's
like,
coming down.
That's a pretty
here.
good gamble.
So Ashwin's going to get to come down. We're certainly going to do things in response to the cast of Ashwin. Do we have Dark Alice? Interesting. Why are we playing Dark Alice here? Sacks the... Oh, forcing him to get rid of his own edition or his own Ashwin. That's huge. He has to get rid of his own Ashwin. Oof, that's rough. That's really good. That's a really good play. Ashwin isn't, because Ashwin doesn't target and Ashwin is mandatory. So, because Ashwin, at the time of her resolution or enter effect going on the chase, she was the only resonator on field, she has to remove herself from the game. And which means she also can't be recast. So, John's going to get to draw 2 cards here, but boy howdy is Patrick off to the races, because he'll be able to get a 3-drop Will of Despair here at the end of the turn. And can do into some pretty crazy stuff. This is a good play from Patrick.
Yeah, it was really good. I imagine Patrick has been thinking about this matchup a lot.
Yeah.
He and I have had a lot of long discussions about the impact of Giotto on the metagame, the impact of Mask on the metagame, and so yeah, I think he's really keyed in here.
Yeah, he's in the zone. He also played against Gil Giotto once already today, as you said. And we're gonna Judgment for a 3-drop.
Judgment for 3.
What 3-drop are we grabbing? It's Dark Machina, maybe, for some extra will.
I think he's just.
Oh, he's just grabbing EDL.
Or
oh. He's gonna make both of their hand sizes decrease by 4. Well, Epic of the Dragonlord is huge because right now, John just drew all those cards, so now he's gonna have to discard down to 3 cards in hand. Patrick will also have to discard at the end of his turn, though. He's got his entire turn to do whatever he wants. Oof, that's a lot of value out of that hand.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that's fine. Go to my turn.
We are not in a position to be able to bookworm. We have 4 books right now.
Produce 1. Okay. Callstone. Moonshade.
We.
Swap.
What are the books?
Tempting swap.
Yeah, we're gonna go to light book.
Draw discard.
The thing that's so interesting about this book list is, yeah, Mysteries of My List is a very straightforward win condition, but you can still just bookworm.
Yeah, for sure. I'm curious what we're judgmenting for here. We did not miss the mill trigger. They did it, as far as I know, Neeb. If we did miss it, then that's on them to manage. Patrick is sitting on don't misplay yourself. If he has a Tinkerbell in hand, there's a world where you Judgment for Gnarly, Tinkerbell, blow up the board, double Mysteries for lethal.
That's really rude.
Right? Like he's got it?
Mm.
It's the deck. Pay 2. Hardcast Cage of Mother Goose from RFG.
Why Hardcast
that's
Cage of
good.
Mother Goose?
Bloodfire.
He's going to get rid of the Bloodfire.
To the enter effect. Pay 2 for a light.
Pay 2 for Patrick.
Play Dark Alice.
So he's gonna get rid of his own he's gonna get rid of the cage before its enter effect resolves, so it'll still remove the Yomid guard out of the game. It'll just be permanently gone. Oh yes, if not hardcast blood. Good point. If you don't hardcast it, the Yomid guard would get rid of it, would stop it. So you do have to hardcast it. You can't mastery it. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Certainly, I think we use 10 oaths to judgment and get another 10 oaths. Okay, or that. You do want to leave the 10 oaths up for being able to possibly tink in the following turn. Good position for Patrick to be in here in game 1.
Actually, before that, cards in hand.
Yeah, he's managing this very, very well.
He has to discard a lot of Patrick has to discard a lot of cards. He also has his hand size decreased by 4. So he also has a max hand size of 3. You have a maximum hand size of 3, Patrick?
I do not have Epic Dragonlord.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, you sacked the Epic of the Dragonlord. Good call. Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, I just saw that myself, so just making sure.
So he did have to discard one of
That's
the
why he
hand
sacked
size.
it.
Yep. It's already done its job at that point in time. So that's a fair thing to sack off the Dark Alice.
Mhm. There's a world too where he just makes my list and swings as well. If he would have kept EDL on the field, It would have had terrifying. So like, there's just a big board developing on the Gilgiotto side. Just create my
Cryptid
list. You're like, cool, swing.
Cryptid of Tenacious Fire here. Swinging in for 6. It's going to block with the Dark Alice. And then it's just a pass.
Your turn, flip back, produce one.
Judgment for it.
Before end of turn triggers or after?
During end of turn triggers in response to milling 2.
So,
He flipped
okay,
it
so he's
back
going to
over.
try to mill 2. We're producing 1. And a Judgment for a 2-drop.
Produce 2. Flip X equals 3.
Alabaster Dragon Spirit. Right now. Although it's very unlikely that Gil is playing that card.
We'll grab King's Blade.
Zero the King's Blade. Coming in here to stop multiple card draws. Patrick just choosing to say, hey, your hand is smaller than mine. I want you to continue to be small.
Yeah. Exhaust the aggro deck of all its resources. That's how you win.
Patrick's in a position this turn where we could see the OTK if he's got access to the Mysteries of My List stuff. Though he can't call stone here if he wants. Before recovery, maybe a girl staring at. Ooh. Oh. Regalia comes in. What is the card's name again? Vessel. Empty Vessel of Worlds. So we have fogged for the turn. We're not getting attacked this turn. We're certainly judgmenting next. I feel like we're probably going to try to judgment Gil Lapis next turn. There's enough cards in the RFG. Vessel's pretty good here. He can't play Regalia spells, Arcane Item spells, or spells of total cost 3 or more, although we're activate abilities here for Patrick. This is what I talked about before of like, you're not super worried about things that have a lot of cancels because books is just a lot of activates. A lot of activates.
Yeah, if he's got the cards, he could honestly just flip and kill here.
Draw a discard.
Swapping. We don't have enough. Oh, he cast it. So he does get to gain 500 life. Ooh. Do we see Melgus plus Falchion here? Can't attack at all, though, so he can't go for lethal right now.
Yeah.
Rest this as a fairy tale from Mastery to play Cage of Mother Goose.
Got the shakes. Looks like we maybe get rid of the Regalia here.
Resolve?
Anything in response to before that resolves?
Nope. I am passing priority. Would you like
So that way they don't get any added utility from his own graveyard.
Yeah,
from his own RFG.
Patrick just truly kind of having everything here.
Yeah, he is countering everything very on point, very precisely.
I think you still judgment for a 2-drop here and just get another 10 oaths. Like use 10 oaths to get 10 oaths.
Arla Demonic Flying Ace.
Ooh, okay. We have Arla Demonic Flying Ace coming in.
Yeah, he's playing this this burn deck.
Very defensively. He's playing very defensively here, for sure.
The funny thing is, Pat messaged me at one point and said, I realize I'm just playing Olivia, but it's books.
I mean, it's a utility deck, right? It's the ultimate toolbox. Your toolbox is just your sideboard and set up in the main deck, so it feels very similar.
Yeah.
From there, I cannot
Which he said that, and I was like, holy crap, I have to play this deck now, don't I?
Too bad. I'm already playing it, so you can't play it.
It is just an Olivia deck.
Patrick holding a very strong position. This is kind of what my books list is trying to do as well, right? It's just kind of a stun. Like he's pivoted from trying to go from being the burn kill you to more of a like stun concept. Which in this matchup I think is probably correct, given how many of Gil's cards as a deck that doesn't have green or blue in it are will intensive. Playing to a stun is like the favored tempo for this. Yeah, you're trying to snowball.
Yeah, it's just you're snowballing. You're just gaining advantage slowly over time, taking away your advantage.
I do have to say, I'm just gonna say, we do have to be very careful about Tinkerbells. So the fact that we haven't seen a Fates Reunited called Tink is a little scary.
It'd be unfortunate if it was one of those cards that got tucked.
We're gonna try to play another Vessel. Fossil Girl's gonna stop the enter effects. So we can try to attack this turn. So Patrick's probably trying to go for the lethal this turn since he can attack. And this is before recovery.
Go to recovery now.
Yeah, if you don't act quickly, but I also recognize that if you win game one and you just play control, you're in a very good spot as the control player.
Patrick has not hit a single one of his light stones that he wants to be playing. The Faria or the Lumia Lightstone that recovers when you perform Judgment of a Light Ruler. Just not seeing those.
Awakened Earth.
Yeah. Oh, whoops. Apologies.
What a good card.
So he can still attack this turn.
Sorry, 1 sec. People came in.
I think swinging with that Arla is probably good, but leaving 0 up is also probably strong.
I
like that card. Let me get rid of this bad one.
He'll gain 5.
Here's a world 2 where
How many cards in hand? 2? 3?
There's a world 2 where his Mysteries of My List were kind of clumped together and were removed from the top of the deck. So you might be searching and just not have the stuff he needs.
Maybe.
Gain 500 life. So I haven't done anything else since I discarded a card. Okay. I caught my trigger.
Caught his own missed trigger here. We're gonna Judgment for a 3-drop. Are we finally gonna see the Yarly come down? Have we finally just decided, hey, we have enough time now?
Yarlithotep, the realized truth.
There she is.
That's a very good sign.
Ta-da! It does not have an enter effect, so Patrick just has priority here. There is.
I can't tell if they just went a little too fast and
Mysteries.
Ta-da.
Does he have the second one?
Yes, that is fine. Go down to 2.
And there's the second one.
I don't care that we're in a library. I cast Fireball.
There is a response. He could have Lumias here. Lumia's coming in response to try to heal after the first 2,000.
Relevant.
So we're at 2,000 right now. We're trying to heal back up to 4,000 and then take the 2,000.
You're doing that. What is your target for Wings of Light and Darkness?
Oh, he's awakening it.
My target is going to be Nyarlathotep.
He's going to try to RFG the Nyarlathotep.
Probably try and get rid of the...
Might as well. That makes sense. If you can get rid of it.
Yeah. That or the 0.
Did Patrick... we saw that Lumia's in the deck. So...
see if the deck believes in me. In response, I would like to play Chubby Nine-Tailed Fox.
Chubby Nine-Tailed Fox paying another 2. He's paid a total of 400 life here.
Draw.
Chubby Five-Tailed Fox trying to find something.
Draw.
And another mysteries. So I can just burn.
He's certainly got will to try to go further. He has one more will to potentially go further. Otherwise, he's still only halfway there. That being said, the 0 and the Arla can still just swing. So, like...
Yeah, that is 13.
Understandable. I'll gain 1,000 life.
gains 1,000 life.
56.
Oh, he used 1 for judgment, so he's at 56.
Resolves.
She dies.
That's going to resolve, yeah.
The Lumia enter effect is still trying to resolve.
So you'll still go down to 2k.
Is sealed checked on cast or on resolution?
On cast.
Okay.
So then he'll essentially just negated one of the seals, one of the mysteries here.
Mm-hmm.
You're still at 2k?
Yes.
So he can
Not
swing.
insignificant.
Declare combat.
Combat's fine.
Arla will get to go in for
6.
6 and 8
And I will take 7.
or 7.
Put you to
So 13
7.
down to 7 life.
Mm-hmm. That life gain is so relevant in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Does-
Just saying, like, I'll tap out. You can't kill me this next turn. This is not an OTK strategy. This is a tempo strategy, if anything.
Yeah, for sure.
thinking.
Does Patrick have a way to find 7 points of damage?
My turn.
That's you.
Does not. Oh, he's actually
Quickly.
he's actually only at 5 because he had to pay 2 for the stone.
Yeah, Chef Steers is banned.
Yeah.
Third my list. Third mysteries of my list.
He's almost out of cards though.
And 11.
Only 11 cards left in
Yeah.
deck for Patrick.
But I think I'm pretty sure Patrick just wins next turn unless he can unless he loses the Arla, he just wins next turn.
Yeah. There's, I mean, he just swings with the Arla. John's gonna have to pay 200 life here.
No, I am going to do
He's gonna do judgment.
this.
Okay.
And judgment.
We have Fate live.
Sure.
Fate is now live.
Alright. I'm going to reveal all your removed cards.
He didn't call stone with Giotto first though.
There's a lot.
That's really
Would you
unfortunate.
like to look for anything specific?
Because he could have called stone with Giotto and now he can't call stone for the turn. That's a really big misplay. Though I think, you know, anything is a bit of a uphill battle at this point for John. So
Yeah.
Light Lightnings.
Main deck Light Lightnings.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. There's one of the Tinks.
there's another mysteries of my list.
Yeah, Stream Jitters is real.
Merely, yeah.
That's 3 mysteries so far, which means he has 1 left in deck.
If he's playing full 4.
To look through.
Oh, he is. Oh, he is. Guarantee it.
Let's see. Yeah, so CCG Genesis and MTG Fnatic, in the rules of the game is if you've performed judgment, you can't call stone. You have to call stone, then perform judgment.
You can't call stone, you judgmented.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Yep.
It's like,
there
oh,
we
wait,
go.
I can't. Grip.
Just an unfortunate missed alignment there. Not having that one will could matter. a lot.
Hey, pal,
Patrick.
what's time left on round?
We have 29 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, this is the longer this game goes, the better it is for Pat.
Mm-hmm. Well, so here's the weird thing. It's kind of the better for Pat, but it's also kind of the worse for Pat because there's a world where Gil just wins game 2 incredibly fast. And then this becomes a draw, right?
6 stages. 3 stages. That's it.
So
Overlapping races outside of like my additions and stuff.
So this is a position where I think if I'm John, I just kind of scoop it up rather than fighting over this one. I'm only at 500 life, and using one of my 2 stones takes me to 3. I think we just move on to game 3, unfortunately.
Well, it's kind of like what you said. If he's able to discover a line where he's just like, I'm just gonna go all in and just be very aggressive. He might get game 2, but he also may not be thinking that as he's trying to close this game out.
Yeah, for sure.
Don't you have to pay an extra fire in order to copy something?
It is a darkness.
Okay, so you don't have an extra darkness.
This produces it.
It doesn't copy and produce darkness, doesn't it?
Produce darkness. Spend this to only.
What's really helpful is Oracle text at the ready.
Yeah.
When
So
playing
what
on the
he's
internet.
so what he's doing here is he's producing black for Galapis's ability, and then so he's trying to cast a 2-drop and copy it, going down to 3. So he'll get to cast 2 2-drops this turn.
Nope.
Okay. So I'm going to use these 2 for Gil's ability, and use 1 black to copy.
Yeah, that sounds more correct.
So he gets to copy 2 2-cost cards this turn with Galapis.
Judgment of Solari.
Oh wait, so you're copying to be able to play something?
To be able to play 2 Judgment of Solaris.
He's playing 2 Judgments of Solaris.
See? So you're targeting 2
Mhm.
Solaris. Do I have 2 Solaris? I have a Solari. I do have 2 Solaris in here.
Oh my gosh. What? Judgment of Solari. He's going to be able to do this. Oh my gosh. This game is not over. He gets to deal 300 damage multiplied by X to your opponent, where X is the number of cards in your opponent's hand, gain that much life. And he can destroy all non-magic stone
I'm going to use the first one.
to...
Mhm.
Destroy all residual resonate.
I need help getting this switch out.
Bring it here, quickly. Please.
In response, we'll pay 1,000 for a light.
Yeah, this is still game 1.
Paying 1,000 life here.
They're about 35 minutes in, just under.
Flashing it at Dark Alice.
That is fine.
Draw. Back. Draw. Back.
Okay.
So now I have...
I will be using the second one to.
Okay.
I will be using the second one to burn you.
In response. Because my deck is so nice to me. Flip back, produce
Who's
1.
you?
Neither. Go.
Judgment for 2.
Looking back,
Let's see.
flipping for 2.
Second Gnarly.
Does he have... Did he draw into the 4th Mysteries? Why did you even
There
do
it
that?
is.
He only needed to do... Okay. He found the Mysteries there to win it in game 1.
I didn't have to.
I don't even know if you needed to go for the Mysteries there. You could have just...
Whatever.
25 minutes left on the clock, guys.
longer than that. It felt so much longer.
Okay, game 2 here. Certainly going to want to go first as Gil Giotto so that we get Sub-Ruler live and we can start going in for Ashwin immediately. If Patrick starts on Book of Dark, I think you 100% play Ashwin on 1 and just go in. If Patrick starts his Book of Light, might not do that. And the reasoning why is if he starts with Book of Light, then he has a light coin, and we could see the same thing he did before with the Dark Alice, make Ashwin expel itself or RFG itself, which would be real bad. But if he starts with Book of Dark, then we get to go, hey, Ashwin, get rid of your Grimoire immediately, start aggressing you immediately, let's go.
Almost had an early in there.
Yep, got to make sure my entire sideboard remains intact.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. He could have Chubby Five-Tailed Fox. That's true. We've seen that Patrick is playing both Dark Alice and Chubby, so that's a very real possibility too. It's a big risk. Might still be worth it because you still end the you make him burn coin and you still end with a Resonator on board. And in this situation, I think going first it might actually be a little bit better because you can then go get the cryptid that can burn by tucking a card back. So you could use the Sub-Ruler to reveal all of them and then tuck a card back and at least burn Patrick a little bit. So I still think actually going first it might be better to just play Ashwin on 1. Just do it. Because then you'd still draw 2 cards. So, like, you're not even really going down on cards at that point in time. And you steal a lot of good tempo away from Patrick by stealing his coin.
Main decking the Lumias, huh?
I think the Vessel is helpful because having that live to be able to, you know, play cryptids right out the gate, I think is pretty solid.
I'm going to assume that you were going to go first.
Patrick doesn't, I guess Patrick doesn't have to go get Grimoire. He could just not. No, it's mandatory. Although I guess you could, because it's, and at that point in time, Grimoire is a known trigger, because it is, yeah, these are mandatory triggers. You could fail to, I guess you could, can you fail to find in a, I guess you could. That would be, I don't know, unnecessarily hurting yourself, I suppose. But yeah, I guess you could fail to find a not Grimoire. It specifies the card. That's a fair point. You could just not grab the Grimoire.
Honestly, you barely got to like resolve or like actually do anything, and it was still so hard for me to win the game.
You could choose not to trigger it. I suppose that's also a choice.
Percent.
Half.
Okay. Trying to see what's going on here with our match reportings. Still haven't seen anything reported in a bit.
Putting 1 back.
Oh, that's an interesting thing about... I just realized we almost watched Elf Ball versus Mask, and your stuff that you control on field is still elves. So things like Alberek will still get discounted and big.
Mm-hmm.
And things like Watcheress will still get to recover because it's an elf.
Mm-hmm.
So
Same thing with Therapist.
yeah, interesting.
Non-field zones.
I get to go back in the deck? Of course. I would like to fail to find my as the beginning of game trigger.
All right, boys.
Oh, he's got Grimoire in his opening 5.
Beginning of game triggers?
Oh no, that's not good for Patrick. being down a card. He shuffled it and drew it as part of his mulligans. You never want to see that. That's a redstone.
Known to happen.
Ashwin coming down. Let's just call it Ashwin in 3, 2, 1. Oh, we got a light lightning ending RFG. Are we not seeing an Ashwin here? We got to see a turn 1 Ashwin, right? Look of Corruption. Okay.
Not bad.
I mean, sure. I mean, but you gotta pick.
It's not face down. He has the sub ruler. He chose to flip it face up. I mean, it's mysteries, right? It might be the Lumia.
Probably.
The Lumia spell.
Lumia's Rage is a really interesting card in this matchup.
It's either the Mysteries of My List or the Lumia spell. 100%. Or Chubby Thought.
Or you get rid of Chubby.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think you get rid of the win condition. Get rid of the win condition and force him to have another one. And I think that's probably always the right call.
We got to mill the top 2. Mill the top 2. No, missed trigger. I can't say anything about it. Missed that he was supposed to mill the top 2 cards. Burns himself with Earth for 3.
Something to I'm gonna look up Lumia's Rage real quick.
I'll put it on screen as we talk about it.
So Lumia's Rage will shuffle everything.
Yeah.
In your removed area back into your deck.
So it makes
it will not burn.
Yeah. It can't burn your opponent unless he's playing an Almeria's Levitating Stone. It just resets the deck.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, it's strangely a horn.
Yeah, it's like a repeatable horn.
Yeah. There's a world where you just side like one Almeria stone, right? It's like cool. Burn you to death. But,
in this matchup? Yeah, I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it. I mean, you're just siding one stone, right?
10 Oaths is up. We have Judgment for a 3-drop. And Lumia's Rage is now out. We've seen he's running the Almeria Stone? I don't think so.
I don't think he's running it.
Ooh, that's really good. Uppercut Mysteries of My List and expel all of them. He's using Lumia's Rage.
Yeah.
We should have done it in response to the cast of the Lumia's Rage. That's unfortunate. If he had done Uppercut in response to the cast of the Rage, that would have been really good. So now he can't call any card. That's really, really not great.
Oh.
Because that would have been really good, hitting the uppercut there. Pierre's going to get to pop. Ooh, 10 Oaths.
Oh no.
Pierre the Godspeed Archer.
Yeah, Pierre in this economy.
We get to pop out. We get to pop 10 Oaths.
Well, he enters the field.
Swing 4.
It's also good against the Lumia's Rage, but it can pop the 10 Oaths, which is good. Takes 4.
33.
Down to 33. Pop 10 Oaths.
Cool. In response to mill 2 trigger.
We're just not having Ashwins.
Flip back, boost 1.
Okay.
There's a pretty decent chance of that.
I just wonder if you should be like hard mulliganing for Ashwin's though. Patrick does not have. He has more than 2 cards in his hand. Unfortunately, John only seems to have 1 card in hand, which is not great. No, 2. He does have 2.
He has 2.
What 3 cost are you grabbing here? That's not just another 10 oaths. He's just gonna grab Gnarly. He has the 1 stone
There you
open.
go. He caught it.
Sure. Meal 2? Yes. That's still before full end of turn. Yeah, let's just do it.
Gonna burn him for 20. He's got a
Drop
mysteries.
the field, I'm gonna tank.
Ooh, Tinkerbell.
Yeah, that's about right.
So Tinkerbell's coming in here. It's gonna pop the Lumia's Rage. And then he's gonna lose the Pier. That sounds fine to me. Although now
Tap Grimoire to draw 2. I have 2 cards.
2 cards left in hand, so he gets to draw back up
Is
to
it?
4.
2 cards.
Yeah, the uppercut play was very unfortunate.
Go to my turn, draw.
Expertly pivoted around.
Yeah, Patrick could just win it here if he's got double mysteries.
Yeah.
Flip back. Produce 1. Yep. Also.
Call Stone.
Rulers Warrior.
Tap to
The
swap.
little yes.
Draw, discard.
He's just gonna immediately get rid of that. The Fates Reunited, not super helpful.
Yep, just not needed.
Alejandro, he has been doing that. The Awakened Stone Earth is before the judgment process resolves. He has been doing that.
Judgment for 3.
Do a swing.
It's just you can't quite hear
And
it.
we flip.
We flip in for Milas or for Melgus to just close out the game.
Melgus.
Yep, we're trying to kill this turn. Gnarly's stats is how much?
I think she's a 4/6, but she could pump as well.
All good, Alejandro. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome.
Combat. Okay. Swing with Melgus. That is fine. So I have to 11, so you're down to 29? Correct.
Not paying any life to the Melgus. We're just being swift. Interesting.
Play Fairy Tale.
Hard cast of Crimson Moon's Fairy Tale.
Yes. Pass the turn.
Oh, that's it. We're just setting up for pushing lethal
Yeah.
next turn. Interesting.
So here's 11 damage. If you do not get this Melkus off the field right now, you lose.
Setting up life gain. And the reason why he's flipping the cards face up is because he's telling Patrick he's just going to be using the sub-ruler to flip them face up whenever he has priority. He can Judgment for 2, which is not great here, though. If he had 1 more will, he'd be in a pretty decent spot.
Goddard, Fates Reunited.
Goddard, Fates Reunited coming down here.
I would like to call Ashwin and Gravestone.
This card is probably the most
He's calling
skillful card in the format.
He's calling Ashwin, and I don't know what the other card that he called was. Chubby Five-Tailed Fox.
Draw.
It's a flashing smile in hand. That's not enough to kill the Melkus, though. Well, no, it would be. It'd be 9.
Draw.
He's gonna gain 1,000 life
Okay.
if he catches it.
Move to recovery or move to my turn.
Nope, he did not catch it.
Anything before draw? No. Draw turn.
Okay.
My good. Am I good?
Okay, so Patrick certainly is in a strong position here.
Pulse Yes. Moonshade. Swap. Okay.
Swaps to Book of Lights.
Book of Light. Draw discard.
Yes.
Crimson Moon. Misses another life gain trigger.
Okay.
4.
Takes 4. Goes down to 27 or 25. Melgus for 7. Takes that. So clearly we're just kind of waiting. Either we don't have mysteries in hand or we were waiting to try to be able to fight over multiple.
Lumia's Rage.
Casting a Lumia's Rage.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm. There's a world where he's like, I'm going to just put you down below 2K.
Right.
Okay.
And then if I top deck this, I just win.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's the play. He's judgmenting for a 1-drop.
Attempt.
Yeah. I think that's that's his. I think that's his mindset.
Yeah.
That is fine.
Okay. Go to your turn before draw. Kill you.
Mysteries
There
of
it is.
my list before draw. He has Calamity Shield.
Calamity Shield.
Ooh, boy, howdy.
Magic cylinder for game.
He's going to try to draw 2 cards here because he can. So let's
Play
see.
another one.
Does he see another one? He does have the other one.
Yeah.
To back it up. Okay, so that is it. That will be it.
Oh my gosh, the flourish.
Well then.
Oh
Everybody
my
say hi to
gosh.
Everybody say hi to Coda real fast. You want to come in and say hi, Coda? Hi everybody. Hi, Coda.
Hi, Coda.
They can see you. You're right there.
But how can they?
Because they're watching me on the live stream. These 2 people can't see you, but the people who are watching this can see you. You want to say hi to them? Look right here. Say hi. Okay, now out of here. I'll be right with you. Okay, so that was that. Light books finding its way. Burn books finding its way there. Yeah, that was and that was what I was talking about before about the idea of getting down to below 2,000 so that you could threaten it and respond to a response to like you had the follow up
Right.
to the counterplay. You wanted them to be under 2K to make it there. So yeah, for sure. Not very much time left on the clock here, so we're just going to go over to a short break. We'll be back in a little bit, getting ready for round 4 and seeing how many things happen from there. So see you in a bit. Okay, we are back. Paul, we got 0. And Priscia again.
0-0.
And Priscia again. So, very interestingly enough, if we flip 0, then suddenly Priscia is not doing as much. Although we do get to do things like Light Lightning, 4, all kinds of other stuff. So we are going to get Hairpin live because we're going to be starting with that. So let's see how this goes. These guys are currently sitting at table 3, and they are both 2 wins and 1 draw. So they are 2-0-1. So that's a thing. And currently, we have no reported matches. So no one is IDing this round, it seems. Which is
interesting.
Very unusual for a Force of Will event in the second to last round of a tournament normally. But I mean, I will say again, there might be a world where because there's not a lot of IDs, IDing might actually not be that great of a decision. Again, only the top table 1 and table 2 are our only undefeated. So we only have 4 undefeated so far in this tournament. So yeah, very interesting. Our table 1 is Mask versus Books with Patrick, and our table 2 is Mask versus Mask. So, yeah.
Here we go.
But now we're going to see what these guys bring to the table here with Priscia and Zero. We have Apple to Hands, and Hairpin is live. Gonna start taking damage right away. I did hear that the Priscia player talk about how he's using some very interesting cards. This might be even much more of aggressive build. Burn it for 3. There's nothing for the resonance triggers to give swiftness to, so it doesn't even actually trigger. Will's gonna take 3. Playing things like Red Wine and Bread. We heard Red Wine and Bread. We also heard Ignia was discussed, which is very interesting. Not playing the turn 1 Apple.
Heaven's Rift Past.
Heaven's Rift Past.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. We're
trying to go get Fox here, so we do get to see Fiery Fox come out. Fiery Fox of Reincarnation getting to come out here. We'll grab the updated border of our Foxy boy. Let's see how this one goes. Very curious to see what kind of pressure we're going to see from this version of Priscia. I mean, this immediately feels different than the other one, just from the sake of what we heard discussion-wise about, you know, the Ignia, the Red Wine and Bread kind of stuff. We might just be more of a heavy burn list rather than any green aggro kind of elements. Not sure.
Reminds me of some stuff we've seen at locals.
Yeah,
too.
for sure.
Using Ignia.
Got Will Miller's got his dog, always cheering him on while they play. Let's get some keys in the chats for the pupper on the stream.
Love you, Dad.
Let's see.
Trying very hard to watch the match and not
just stare at the
look
puppy.
At the doggo.
Yeah, you gotta. I need you to focus. I need
really
you to focus
hard.
up. I need
really
you to
hard.
focus up. So now,
he yawned.
Fiery Fox does have additional simple skills now. So Light Lightning has something to, you know, if we had a Resonator, Light Lightning would be able to kill something. Fiery Snake coming out.
It has a bunch of resonance trigger, but all it has is keyword is Pierce.
Its only keyword right now is Pierce. If it gets swiftness, we can certainly remove the swiftness. To the cast of Fiery Snake? Are we somehow stopping the snake from resolving? Be really good if we could.
Response to the cast or it entering the field? All right.
Okay. Intimidation, mainboarded. Intimidation, mainboarded. Girl staring at.
I wondered if that was what it's going to be.
Interesting.
So otherwise, we're going to start getting a lot of rap counters. We're going to get...
Ooh, girl staring at resolved.
Real crazy, real quick.
Didn't try. Interesting. We didn't try to use the Fiery Fox in response.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, though. This does give Will an okay spot. Although with Fiery Fox of Reincarnation, we still are at a position to be able to interact well. Now stealing swiftness doesn't super matter as much. We need to start killing stuff.
Recovery good?
Ugh. No apple on board is real rough here.
You're good. You don't hear anything on stream, so you're all good.
Let's see. What do we have going on here? While Pupper is on field, opponent gains a debuff. 100%.
You're at 34, yes.
34 to 4,000. And yeah, I mean, like you wouldn't know it, but this is a Priscia board that is ready to kill you. Like just from this perspective, we've got Snake.
Oh yeah.
We've got Snake. We've got Fox. We've got Hairpin. Like, we just need to see Lunar Protective life forms in Will's hand, and he's probably fine at that point in time. If he gets Lunar Protectives out, he's in a much better spot, right? He can prevent all the burn damage for the turn. He can prevent himself from being attacked.
Yep. I will move to recovery.
In response to move to recovery.
Yep.
We see another girl staring
Yeah,
at.
if Will
come
can
down
just get to
here?
turn 3.
Another girl staring at?
Nope. Seeing for 1. Paying 200 down to 32.
Oh, after discard. Sorry, I had 6, 7 cards in hand. Oh,
Discard that Loki's Insight, and girl staring at here to turn off for another, buy himself another turn. Now, if I'm Alex in this position, I honestly probably would have used Fiery Fox there. At least get the wrap counters.
Yeah, float the Will and then just cycle the stone out.
Well, no, like, before recovery he was tapped out, so.
Oh, this is before recovery. He did it before recovery. Okay. When I looked over at our other player, his stuff was already recovered. So
It's all good. So he's still gonna take the 3. Priscia is still gonna get to give swiftness and flying.
So anything entering during the rest of my turn will not have their...
No enter effects here.
Correct? Yep. Cool. I can play this without shooting myself.
Oh, Zhuge Liang. Okay.
Interesting.
Doesn't have to ping itself because no enter effects.
Then I guess I'll move to combat. Yep. I'll shoot you for... I'll hit you for 6.
Yep, that's fine. That was 23.
Interesting.
And then I'll hit you with nothing else. I'll move out of combat.
No lunar... What is his hand, Will?
Then do I do that or do I not? No.
What is the hand,
Pass
Will?
at this point.
Yes. All right, drop turn.
Yep.
Recover.
Yep.
Okay, we're at 3. You said you've had more experience playing against 0 than I have. We can tap down. That's pretty good. We can keep the snake tapped down.
So
Vacus.
All right.
Enter.
Interesting. He must not have garden in hand.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of is Apple, play Garden, God's Art immediately.
I think your target here is 100% always going to be Snake.
I think it's Zhuge. Oh, there's Fox. Oh, Fox got killed without tapping.
That's...
So many things have happened that I didn't expect would happen.
Yeah, this game is keeping me on the edge of my seat.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Brain.
Oh, the round counter. We are in round 4. That is a good point. We are in round 4, guys. Good catch.
You are at 5? Yes, you are.
So to some degree, I can justify these plays.
I have to imagine that Will's hand is filled with lunar protective life forms. Right? Like it has to be.
Or, light curtains. I mean, he's got defensive tools and he's got Apple, right? And so
But Apple's
if
not
I were the
live
0
right
player?
Now. Apple's not live right now.
Well, yeah, Apple is in his hand, and if you have Garden, you can play. You can tap out to play Garden, and then just get
right
your Apple online. course, that taps you out against aggro, so it's probably not the best choice. So establishing some sort of defense going into that play is probably good. Next turn for sure.
Hold on.
He can just do that.
Oh, we're doing
Yeah,
we're
okay.
replaying Fiery Snake here with Hairpin.
Interesting.
Because you can play Fire Wind
Okay.
from your graveyard.
Right.
Okay, so we killed the snake. And he gets to produce some extra will and burn will here.
Mm-hmm. That's real. This is, but by the way, this is the way to kill 0. It's just burn.
That makes sense. And because he's burning himself for 3 to make extra will.
Snake will gain 2 wrap counters. And will
So he used the resonance trigger to burn himself to make more will. So he's got 2 will floating? Plus the stone?
He's got 1 will floating.
Plus the red. He's got 1 from Snake, 1 from Juge, plus stone.
And then 1 from Snake. Okay.
Using the Lycan one, and green using the floating to play Hairpin Regalia.
Playing Hairpin from hand.
Yep.
Pay 2. Down to 21.
Hold up a minute.
Yep.
Zero's Light Lightning. Lumia. Oh, Wings of Light and Dark. This is really good. Wings of Light and Dark on the Snake to RFG it.
What does that spell do?
It removes target resident at top 2 or less from the game.
We're getting rid of the Snake.
The snake. All right.
Okay. This is pretty good.
Cool. That's fine. So then, face down, please, brain. Hairpin will trigger, allowing me to shove a stone back under my deck and put the top stone into the field.
Yep.
Burn him for 3, or is he burning himself for 3?
Resonance.
Yep.
Oof.
My Hairpin.
That Juge's gonna be able to hit for a lot of damage.
Having 1 resonance trigger.
4 +1/+1s.
Will shoot me for 2.
He is shooting himself for 3. So to produce extra will off of this Zhuge Liang. What is happening? Are we using it for Ignia? Oh, that's so smart. You can use the 2 red for Ignia, flicker a stone, and then give Ignia swiftness and flying.
Mm-hmm.
Discard a card and then look at the top card of my deck, and if I can play it, I will.
Yep. Okay. Fine.
I'll discard Spider Gimmick of Varadia.
Yep.
Look at top card.
Is he going to play it? This is very interesting. I'm learning so much about how this Prisia deck is playing.
Using the Memoria of Adoratia to produce red to play a second Zugaleo.
Second Zhuge.
Yep.
Now we're going to start producing multiple red will.
Make 2 red, so I'm up to 4 floating red.
Scurry.
He takes 5 damage from himself? 4 damage from himself?
Mistake. I will take another 4. There we go.
Now he has 4 red will
Make it
floating.
bad.
Oh, no, he takes another 4. Sorry. Because they're pumped up +4/+4. To cast Ignia. What is this line?
Ignia Enter will force bounce my Memoria of Reincarnation to grave and then bring it back to the field rested.
Liquor.
Resonance.
And drawing a card.
For 3, I'll shoot myself for 3.
Yep.
Another 2.
So burning you for 3,
Back up to 4.
which produces 2 more will,
And burning himself.
draws me a card,
burning
and gives her
himself for 3.
swiftness and flying.
Because of
Yeah.
What is happening?
Wow.
This is kind of nuts.
This
And
is cute. I
it's-
love this.
It's fine. Will's just got. Is there another Ignia in his hand? Oh my god.
Second Ignia. Another one.
Jeez Louise.
Liquor trigger, burn myself. Yeah, and Will is just totally tapped out, so there's nothing more he can do.
You for 2, 3, 6. I'll shoot you for 6, and I'll shoot myself for 3. Bring this back up to 4.
What is happening? There, I mean, like
Just
light
a casual 4 will.
light curtain.
You are currently at what?
I'm currently at 12.
Would be very good.
I mean, like, if we had Lunar Protective, that would have been used by now, right?
Again, you play Skulk's Assault Trooper.
Skulk's Assault Trooper.
Oh, remove.
This is just landfall burn. What is this?
Your stone that's force resting my stuff.
Yep.
And then we search our decks for stones that have a
Kill your Lunar Stone.
But now this is going to burn him for another 9?
Another Memory of Reincarnation. It comes in rested and will not recover until the end of your next turn.
Two more triggers.
Which shoot you for 9. And this goes up to 4.
The juggle right now is insane.
Yeah, okay. Oof.
Yeah, we're done.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about right.
There are 43 minutes left on the clock, gentlemen.
Damn, we finished that quick. I imagine you want to go first.
So this is going to go much better for Will going first, because now we can talk about Crystal Apple, right? Jeez Louise. Crystal Apple can kill anything here, because Prissy is going to give simple skills to everything, right? So this is pretty good. Light Curtain is pretty good here. Lunar Protective Lifeform. My guy, please, if you are not sideboarding at least 3 of them, please be sideboarding this card. This card is very good against Priscia. Very good against Priscia. Because you just go, okay, I'm not going to take any burn damage for the turn, gain 15. Like, God, you know what I mean? Because everything that Priscia wants to be doing is primarily during its main phase. So you're just like, if you make something have swiftness, I'll kill it with Crystal Apple. Lunar Protective Lifeform will protect me from everything else. Like, you know what I mean? What a... Whoa. Priscia out here putting in some big numbers. Crazy.
Dog is so EP. Upper is so EP.
Actually, I will raise my face.
No.
Dog
with no audio, I'm not sure the context of that.
No.
Playing Millium into 0 is an instant loss.
Okay.
Millium has barrier on all of his
Let me see. I can look up these lists.
Which makes it very
Let's
fun.
see if I can look at Will Miller's list here. Yeah, there they are. There's 4 of them in there. They're certainly coming in now.
Ooh. Oofta.
I mean, like, absolutely. You should be doing that, for sure. There's no reason you should not be in this deck playing at least 3, if not 4, Lunar Protectives. That card is very, very good against exactly this kind of thing. Like you said, like the way you beat 0 is just to try to go face without having to be aggressive. Lunar Protective Lifeform says, like, nah, we're not going to deal with that nonsense. Like,
pretty much.
So I think in that match, Alex would have had to have swung a total of 1 time. Like literally any one creature would have killed. They were all getting like plus 16. So
as our locals goer says, Priscia going first in this particular scenario is a burn deck. If she goes second, she's an aggro deck.
Yeah, for sure. Lunar Protective Lifeforms are certainly going to help Will here, and there's plenty of... So now here's the biggest interesting part about this matchup is Game 2 is going to be about the speed, right? Because Will certainly has great answers Games 2 and Game 3 in this matchup, like phenomenal, right? But he has to win Game 2 fast enough to be able to get to Game 3 with enough time to not draw. So that's gonna be the name of the game,
which is certainly possible.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
Yeah, certainly possible. So the Priscia deck is gonna have to be more Resonator aggressive,
right? Which plays into
going second,
which unfortunately plays into Apple.
Plays into Apple. Plays into 4.
Yeah.
because 4 can just kill things, and then if you establish a familiar, you can just win the game.
Yeah.
Because of all the anger counters you'll be accumulating.
Yeah.
Dang it, Jeremy. This game is too good. I have too many decks that I want to play.
Listen, I've been playing this game for 11 years at this point. Haven't found a reason to stop yet.
None. This is a hand. It's not a bad hand. I don't see the purpose in putting back 2 of these cards. They're good.
You're right, Okabe, that it should be 0-1, and it should be adjusted accordingly.
50-50.
Is it not updating? Oh, right. I got to do it this way. My bad. I clicked the wrong button. It should say it now.
Yep, I get,
Good catch.
Hairpin to hand.
See, if Paul was here in person and I had less things to do, I wouldn't miss those things.
Yep,
Hey, I'm currently in my secret school in Austria called Polar School,
Polar School.
trying to get audio up and going. Okay?
You'll get there.
I will call stone.
The people want a lore channel.
Power of Reincarnation. Resonance trigger.
The resonance trigger doesn't actually trigger because there's nothing to target.
The guy looking around.
Hairpin on 1 gets countered immediately.
Pass.
Ooh, just a pass.
Yep.
Ooh.
Garden has barrier.
The garden is here, which means that we are going to grab.
We're just going to go for garden, which means we're going to go get the bird, which means we're going to ramp a stone.
All right. You're gonna get
Yes.
bird.
Yeah. Untouchable on all of these things.
Blurb. We.
You'll get 3 stones.
M is here.
Stone to play recovered. I forgot it's stone to play recovered. Ugh. There's no reason to
Yeah,
judgment.
it's correct.
There's no reason to judgment the 0 in this matchup, right? Like, there's no point.
I mean, it's an 11-11 body, so it's not awful.
Yeah, I just feel like in this matchup, I'd want more instant speed interaction shenanigans, especially now that we have Burb out, who can be used for light lightning.
3 stones, turn 2.
I believe, if I recall correctly, actually, I have Apple right here. I can read it for you. I can tell you whether or not you have to be a ruler or not.
Swinging in for 8.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
For
You
what?
can be a J ruler and still call stone.
Yeah.
If you perform judgment, you can still call stone every turn.
Yeah, I just don't. Oh, we're playing a 3-drop. Playing a second garden to ramp into a second bird. Second garden for second bird.
All right.
I like this play.
Yep. Go right
Doesn't have mythic,
Get
right?
another bird, get
You just
another
get gardens. Yeah.
I got no response to that.
We call it the Institute. Ooh. Well, he can just target one of his gardens with the gravestone.
50-50, sir.
This is a good spot for Will to be in to close the game out quickly, like we said before. He's going to swing for 1800 next turn. This is like a 3-turn clock, 2-turn clock.
All right.
Yeah.
My turn, I will drop turn.
Targets his own garden and
Well,
the Memorious.
The other thing is the other reason you flip 0 is then you're giving more stats to your birds.
Yeah, this next turn I could see a flip of 0, right? Because now that the birds are really on a 2-turn clock. Snake coming in. Paying 2. Girl staring at here before recovery. Before the snake comes in. That's pretty good. That's pretty good here. He's still going to be at 1. He'll be at 1 stone.
Ruby of Light and Blood.
He has swiftness. Good for him.
Fiery Snake, Flying, and Swiftness.
It's just swiftness.
Don't matter.
You want to swing them right, so you just crash into the bird and die.
It is just swiftness. It's not flying and swiftness.
Oh, right, because it's a redstone, not a greenstone.
See, that
You're right.
is me having to step in. Those are one of the few times we step in because you're just trying to do something you can't actually do.
I will play Kilo of Foster Garden City.
Draw card?
Yeah, just the draw.
Wow, we're just main timing Fossil Girl to draw? What are we doing?
Counter, go, boom.
The hand must be that bad. We're going to go to a game 3 pretty quick here.
Yeah, no kidding.
Which does favor Will, I think, honestly. Lunar Protective Lifeforms being able to come in for game 3 with this much amount of time to play, now that we've seen how Alex is trying to win the game, I actually think is a really good spot for Will to be in game 3. And I agree. I think we absolutely see a Judgment of 0 here. You'll still have 3 Will to interact with. You'll make your guys even bigger. One of his stones is going to be tapped because of the... Oh! Or we just kill Snake. That works too. Judgmenting next turn also does too. Swing for 8 and then another 8. Takes him down to 17.
And then just leaving up Will for hairpins, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like if he tries to play the hairpin, you just yeet it out of the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, 0 going first with Apple is insane. Like,
yeah, I mean this particular matchup especially.
Nigh unbeatable.
She certainly you have to play different and
Targets for your gravestone?
Sorry, yeah, it's gonna be your 3-color stone and
yeah, he's locking him out. This is even after Will played cards, Alex only has 2 Will. Like after calling stone, he'll have 2 Will. And this is, my children, is one of the reasons why in Paradox format, 0 Secret Garden is banned.
The card is cracked.
Card is very good.
Very, very, very good.
In Paradox, it's really, really hard to interact with that card in any meaningful way. It's like you have to have exclusively Alabaster or Muse Spirit, kind of.
I'll then play Zugaleon.
Juge, coming in here. It does have an enter effect. I think you use Vacus in response to the enter effect to kill it.
I'll pay 200.
Yep.
Don't tell me you have another girl staring at Will. Jeez Louise. Yeah, okay, we just scoop it up at that point in time. You don't even need to use the girl staring
over.
at.
Yeah.
You just respond to her enter effects. See, the thing is, you just respond to the enter effect with Vacus to tap her down, so her attack at her enter effect resolving is 0, so you don't even get to produce any life. She just dies.
Which, speaking of, I'll be going first.
Okay, going into game 3. 31 and a half minutes left on the clock, guys.
This on here to remember.
Okay. Looking at some match reportings here. Yep, okay. So 2 of the masked players at table 2, Misha and Hulsheiser, have tied. Not unexpected. Kind of called that one. Ironically, our 2 players for Team USA who already have invites to Worlds because of their top 8 appearance. Looks like Jeremy and Patrick are still playing it out. So, how many Lunar Protective Lifeforms will Will see in opener, and why is it all of them, and why will he keep all of them? Probably not keep all of them, but at least if Will sees 2 in his opener, he's in a really good spot. Really good. If he sees even 1, I think there's a world where you just play the apple on 1 and just try to like set up for the turn 2 garden, right? I think that's the position I would want to be in.
The goal is to go precisely apple into garden, which then fetches you owl.
Burb.
And so in response to the enter, you God's Art. So that your apple is making it bigger.
Unfortunately, we don't really have any way in white to stop him from getting the hairpin. If we did, that'd be really good, but we don't. That hairpin is just going to be there. Lunar Protective Life Form, don't fail me now. He didn't put any cards back. He's keeping full grip.
There we go.
Bold.
2, 3, and 4. Well, this is a hand.
Alright, be in game. Got,
Yep. Regalia.
Apple and Hairpin. Okay, we're live.
Alright.
Now we're in it.
Then
Lunar Protective Life Form's coming in clutch. Let's go.
Yep.
And pass.
Take 3.
It's gonna hit me for 4, right?
Hit you for 3, yes.
Burning him for 3. Oh, Will Miller doing the good job there, because Alex did not call that resonance trigger. He just said Callstone Pass.
Yep.
Greystone.
Also a pass? We're not playing turn 1 Apple? What are we doing here? Okay.
Move to recovery.
Yep.
Actually, no. Before recovery.
Alabaster Dragon Shaman if he goes to try to go get a...
Pay a red. Tap my hairpin to search for Fox.
There it is.
I'll respond. I'll pay 2.
Alabaster's coming in.
5. Alabaster.
Huge. Huge.
So good.
Fail to find.
Makes sense.
This is very good.
Yes.
Don't.
Keep in mind though,
This does mean that we can't
never
get
mind.
the
He doesn't have
birds.
Shiva revealed.
Yeah, he doesn't have Shiva revealed. It also just means that we don't get our own birds.
Alabaster and not another girl staring at.
But the Alabaster is good here because this also means that Zero's Light Lightning is live.
Alright.
Which is
There you go.
also very big. Right?
Then I will move to recovery.
Because it means that as soon as we give swiftness to something, Alabaster can shoot it. He's going to take 3.
Incarnation. Yep, resonance. Shoot you for 3.
Yep. 34.
Then I will green.
Red.
Red for void, technically.
Oh, taking a 2-drop.
Guardian Dragon.
That's pretty good here. We're going to take 3 damage, but we can Light Lightning to kill it.
Enter, put top stone in my deck into the field. Yep, rested. We have Lightning's Blood. Resonance.
To burn 3.
3.
Light Lightnings and Lunar Protectives are what we want to see in this matchup.
Give Guardian Dragon Swiftness.
Yep.
And then move to combat.
Yep.
Swing.
I think you burn a Lunar Protective here, though.
3, 5, 7, 900.
Yep, take it.
Or we just don't have them? Oh, okay.
Minus 900. There we go.
Hi, Steven. Sorry to hear that things haven't gone well for you today, buddy. Good to see you in chat, though.
On your turn. Then cast Lumia.
Hey, that'll work.
Do you regain your health that you lost this turn?
Yep. Go back to 37 and draw a card.
Yep.
Now that's pretty good. Get to draw 2. We took 2 landfall triggers plus the Guardian Dragon swing, so that's pretty good.
Yep.
That's pretty darn good.
If he plays the Apple here, then we know we're sitting on things like Lunar Protective. If he doesn't, we might not. Don't play Garden here. You have Alabaster Dragon Shaman.
I'll pay 200. Down to 5. Bacchus.
Oh, Vakis. Okay, that'll do it. That'll help. That's really good here,
Gonna
too.
Yeet that dragon.
Not remove that spell.
Vakis is really good here, too, because
2?
Yep. She's a 2.
Vakis can be
Commanded
used to
boards,
kill the
yeah.
snake. He can be used to kill the snake, which is really helpful.
Alright, move to my turn. Draw off a turn.
Before it gains the wrap counters, you can like respond to the resonance trigger and
Yeah.
wrap counter it.
Snake, Juge. Lots of really good stuff.
Play hairpin.
That's fine.
Hard cast a hairpin.
I will swap out put Lichen Blood back on the bottom of the deck. Put the top card of it into the field.
Okay.
Magstone Blasting Wave.
Burns in for 3.
No flying. I'll shoot you for 3 again.
Yep. 32.
Pay this one.
Sorry to hear that, Steven. So he's got the +4/+4 board to the turn.
Play another Guardian Dragon.
Another Guardian Dragon gets to come down here.
Yeah. I guess in response to the answer, I'll tap.
To make him smaller.
-6/-6.
He's still going to hit for a lot here because he's getting the hairpin pump now too for +4/+4.
Still bigger than what Vaka's gonna kill him with.
So it's going to be essentially +2/+2 because of the 2 hairpin triggers. So it'll be 3, 5 plus 4 stones +8, so 13.
3/3, but he's a 3/3 + 4, so a 7/7. You're just negating the stones currently.
Yep.
Enter. I'll put the top stone of the field into the deck from my deck into the field.
Yep.
Good.
Has he even called stone yet this turn?
Give him swiftness.
Yep.
Resonance trigger.
Doesn't look like it.
Shoot you for 3 again.
Yep.
This one will go up to boosting to 800.
Oof, this Guardian Dragon is going to hit for a lot. Please have a Lunar Protective in hand.
Then I will call stone.
Yeah, still hasn't even called stone. Oof.
Memory of Reincarnation. Resonance. Shoot you for another 3.
Yep.
Ouch. Now it's getting +12 from the hairpin.
Go up to,
Yikes.
So Dragon's base now is 3 + 12, 15, 17, 19 from just this Guardian Dragon. Even under the stat neg.
and discard a Lorite, 7 luminaries to look at the top card of my deck. If I can play it, I will.
Oh my gosh, what do we see?
I cannot, so
Can't play it.
as far as I understand how that works.
Okay.
And then I will.
Lunar Protective. Lunar Protective.
So these 3 are being negated via Focus.
Come on, one time.
+3, so that's already 7.
Yep. So he's 19.
Yeah, 19 with this Guardian Dragon.
19 right now.
He hasn't declared combat yet.
Yep, 19. Alright.
Well, no, where are the Lunar Protectives?
Then I'll swing at you for 19.
Yep.
Oh, no, Will.
Yep, and then
Goes
I
down to
will,
7. Ugh.
pass turn.
Drop turn.
That's not good.
Cover.
Yep, recovery good.
Oof. We need some Lunar Protectives almost immediately to gain some life. We can lock down the Guardian Dragon now, so that's at least some breathing room. Because of the stone.
Back at odds are starting your hairpin.
We're getting rid of the hairpin. That's pretty good.
Oh, it has barrier blue.
Oh, it has Barrier Blue. Can't even do it. Ooh, rough. We can lock it down, though. You could lock down both the hairpin and the Guardian Dragon here, although I think you'd lock down one of the stones.
For making me remember to look at hairpin because the +4/+4s that I was giving.
Paul, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I think I lock down hairpin and dragon. I don't hit the stones at all because even though you have 1 extra will available, you're at a kind of a critical mass.
Right, that's fair.
Yeah.
Locking down the Guardian Dragon does help a little, but we need some Lunar Protective life forms in his hand. Something fierce. The Alabasters Do you throw the Alabaster underneath the Guardian Dragon just to get it off the board?
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
Swing my Alabaster at your Guardian Dragon.
Oh, all right.
Just to kill him?
Yeah. Because now you get an apple. Or... Oh, that's a pass, it looks
And a
like.
pass. Okay, so we can take 3 landfalls
I'm gonna tap Memoria of the Reincarnation
to try to go get Fiery Fox.
Fox.
Yeah.
So that's 2
Will
landfall
is either
triggers.
not seeing this garden line, or...
I don't even know if the garden is very helpful here. At this point in time, this is lethal. Like, we have to have Lunar Protective or we die. Because this Fiery Fox is coming in at the end of Will's turn, which means before recovery, we can cycle a stone, which is burn 3. Then we can recover, call stone, which is burn 3. And then we use Fiery Fox for a call stone, which is... A stone cycle is a burn 3. That's the 900 damage you need.
I'm wondering if Will mulliganed correctly and just couldn't find the stuff he wanted. Or maybe he's doing it now.
We're pitching some cards.
Or we're just getting rid of apple.
Oh, Crimson Moon during his turn to get rid of the hairpin. Tink? So we do see Tinkerbell.
That's a way.
Okay, so that helps a little because it gets the fox off the board before it can start cycling stones. We're still at the same problem we were before. And this is also why you locked down one of the stones, right? Is he was planning on destroying stuff anyway. We still have to not take 3 burn, or like 3 stone triggers, and he's playing Ignia. Lunar Protective Life Form. I'm just going to put it on screen and chant it over and over and over again.
If putting it on the screen
tries to replace
manages
the
to
hairpin
summon
from
it.
grave, because hairpin can be played from grave. I think that's fine. Oh, that's going to cycle a stone. No! Oh, gosh. Yeah, if I put it on the screen, that'll will it into existence, and that means that it's going to be there.
Mostly because we want to see the game keep going.
Yeah, mostly. Well,
'Cause honestly, it feels
clearly
in a lot
not.
of ways, it feels like
If there was a Lunar Protective, it would have come down there to stop the first burn trigger. So clearly that's not in hand. There could be a Lumia, which is really risky.
Yeah, that's also real.
Attempt to play Ignia of the 12 Sacred Knights. Also, because of the Memoria that I shoved under the deck,
Ignia is here.
Ignia's coming in.
Ignia.
Burn you for another 3.
And still hasn't called stone.
Pump up my board. Still hasn't called stone, and now it's flying and swiftness.
He's going to do Wings of Light and Darkness. He's down to 200 life now.
With awakening, so that's helpful.
So he'll gain.
And then we're gonna gain all that life
We'll
back.
gain 5 back.
Yep.
Lunar Protective, right now.
Back at 9. 7. Hey, you're back at 7. My bad.
It's actually really helpful.
It's not great though. We're still taking at least. We're going down to 100 life here, just off of landfall triggers. Comes back in. We aren't taking the burn from the Ignia though, so that's helpful.
Yeah.
That would have been the end of it. We're back down to 4.
I can remember to click properly.
Where is it? Where is my Lunar Protective? You were playing 4 of them. We didn't see it. We didn't hard mulligan for all 4 in game 3.
We're gonna call stone.
Yeah, there we go. We're burning another. We're down to 100.
Trigger,
life.
burn you 3.
Living on the edge at 100 life. It's okay. When he casts the Ignia, we can use Vacus to kill her.
We magically have it in our hand.
No, it's fine. So he casts. So if he casts Ignia, he can Lunar Protective, Skulks Assault Troopers. Ugh, just truly did not have any of it.
It really is off of the fate trigger. That's
Oof.
the most important thing. Yeah, whoever goes first just.
I don't agree. I know that there's.
Oh, mirrors and. Oh god, he just never saw it.
Lunar Protective. We should have been on. I was. I'm gonna go on my stand here and say that we should have hard mulligan for Lunar Protective. So hard, I would have been like, "Oh, it's not my opening 5. Get rid of all 5. Done. Like done. Get out of here." I hear them talking. I hear them. So listen, I'm gonna go on my soapbox here. I hear them say in the match, like they're saying right now in the live, is that like whoever goes first wins, and I'm like, incorrect. You absolutely wrong. Like game 1 in this particular matchup, I'll concede that certainly Prisia is incredibly favored going first in this matchup. Game 2 and game 3 should not matter. You should be hard mulliganing for Lunar Protective life forms constantly. Like that would have made it's everything. So prevents the burn for an entire turn and gains you 1500 and costs 0 will. Like I'm just come on. We absolutely hard mulligan for these. I honestly don't even think I would play mirror I would board out mirrors in this matchup. Is that strange?
Yeah, they are not good.
His whole deck is 2 drops. His whole deck is 2 drops. So I'm just like, nah, get rid of the mirrors, 4 Lunar Protectives. Yeah. If I did not see in this matchup, listen, I played books, which has the same kind of like I'm going second light stall kind of style as 0 into Prisia, and every single time I played, Lunar Protective Lifeform wins you the game. You just go, oh, okay. Gain 15 and turn off all your burn for a turn. Call it a day, move into my turn. Kill everything, go to your turn, do it again. And you just
There's a real world though, as someone who played 0 and noticed how mirror did not help me in my particular matchups. There's a world where you pivot and just play a Jund build where you play things like Goliath's Command, Destruction Point, to just remove things that are being recast from the graveyard outside the game face down.
Yeah.
Or even things like Swords of Regression to allow you to put birds back in your hand to only quick cast them out and ramp another stone.
Yeah, you're talking about the Light Throne, right?
You can play the Light Throne as well.
Because it can drain. Because if you're
that's really powerful.
If you just make yourself gain 8, drain 8, and like again, kind of neutralizes with their burn pieces.
Kind of a really important card for 0, just because life gain in the deck is not something you achieve with drain.
Yeah.
So you need Lunar Protective.
It also can destroy.
It all 2 or 3 of the.
It also can destroy their guardian dragons or their snakes or whatever. Like you can do both. Like you can drain and so.
Yeah. God forbid, you play a command to then throne them to buy back your command to hit their 2-drop again.
Yeah.
So there's a real world where you just pivot away from Esper and just move into Jund instead.
Yeah.
Sure. That's kind of something I've been mulling around.
For sure. Okay, well, that is going to be it for us. We're going to go to a break here as we get ready for round 5. Still a lot of matches still going. And, ooh, Patrick Ogrance won 2-0 versus Jeremy Lindley. So the only I will say this, the only currently undefeated list in this entire tournament is books. So that's pretty cool. So Patrick at this point in time is a lock-in for top 8. He will be locked in for top 8 because X1 is guaranteed top 8 at this point in time. So Very cool. Very cool. Can't wait to see what comes out of the next round. We'll be back in a little bit for the last round. See y'all in a bit.
Also, my friend Matt.
Hi Rez, are you enjoying the new format, Paradox? 3 weeks ago, we released the new set, Masterpiece Collection 02, Fates Reunited, which has been a blast, but the story has to continue, and we left the world of Protopolis on the brink of war. It is time to announce the 4th set of the Trinity Cluster. Alex Sanster and Zaki have achieved the impossible, preventing the kingdoms of Protopolis from plunging into all-out war. A peace treaty has been signed by all nations surrounding the sacred ruins, and yet war has begun. But this will not be just any war. From the depths of the interdimensional void, the Conqueror, Gil Lapis, has descended upon Protopolis, and he does not come alone. At his side march, his most royal and fearsome allies, Ashwin, Commander of Darkest Fires, Sylvia, Blade of the Primogenitor, and Blazer, Gil Rabus, behind them. An army of Cryptis spreads like an unstoppable plague. But this is only the beginning. 2 unexpected allies have joined him. Thoth, a god wielding the power of Sandora, commanding the undead hordes of sand, and the ultimate calamity, Helen, the witch of forgotten memories. The enemy of the first witch war of Protopolis disappeared long time ago, becoming nothing more than a whispered ghost among the survivors. With the entire world on the brink of destruction, its fate hangs by a thread. The Coalition, Academy City, the Hanada Group, and the 3 kingdoms of the underworld, the Light Castle, the Federation, and the Forest of Amilsol must unite under a single banner. The heroes rise. Lucy, Laika, Alex Sansta, Goliath Hanada, Hachiska Sansta, Moonglow 8th, Ruchiel, Yobze, Utnes, Echo, and even Wu Xiaofu, who must finally uncover whether he is truly just a cat. Before the end, 10 North will be sworn. 10 North that will shape the fate on an entire world and one snap. The final battle between light and darkness is about to begin. Who will emerge victorious? The war is here. It is time to pick a side in the finale of the Trinity Cluster. The 4th and last booster pack of the Trinity Cluster, 10 North of the Protopolis War, will be available in late May 2025. We will know soon more about the story of this set. 4 new rulers, Queen Hachiska, Robomaeda, Ashwin, and Helen, and 1 returning ruler, Gil Lapis, which will be included in the Memorial Collection, will appear in this collection to take a part of the war. As with every end of the cluster set, T4 will support all rulers released during the Trinity Cluster, with new support cards for each ruler of the Trinity Cluster, enhancing the new strategies for them. This set also introduces a unique new ability, Oath, a way to express determination to win the war through cards. We will know more about Oath and this part of the story very soon. Stay tuned for the videos. Alright, before we finish for today, we have a question for you. We were preparing for the WGP 2025 prizes. We'd like to know what would you like to receive as a prize for the most important event of the year. We'd also like to know what would you like to find in the official WGP store. To do so, leave us the answers to these 2 questions in the comments and go to the community section of the same YouTube channel, where there will be a poll where you can vote for the options you like the most. With this information, our development team will prepare the WGP 2025 prizes, but don't worry, even if what you voted is not the chosen one, we will use the result and comments as reference, not to decide exactly what we're going to do. That's it for today. Thanks for watching, see you in the next video.
talking real quick. Hey there, guys. We are getting ready for the last round, and we have some very interesting breakdowns of some things. So currently, there is one undefeated 4-0 Patrick on books, who's locked in for top 8 in books. So there you go. And then we have several 3-0-1s, which would be 2 of the Mask players and the Prisia player that we just saw is our 3-0-1s. And then we have Masks in the 2-1-1 bracket, or potentially the 1-2-1 bracket. I have not seen reporting here for Matt Lindley. Looks like he's still playing against Paul Martinson, so not sure where that Mask deck is going to sit at the end of it. So we have 2 Mask decks that are in the 3-0-1 bracket, 1 Mask deck that's in the 2-1-1 bracket, potentially 1 Mask deck that's in the 1-2-1 bracket, and then Prisia and Books are also in the Books is locked in at this point in time, and then Prisia is in the pretty sure that red-green Prisia from Alexander Tupin should be locked in for top 8 because he's undefeated going into last round. So we'll have at least 2. We should have at least 2 Masks in the top 8, although they could both lose. Yeah, that should be. X11s probably make it, at least get into the fight. Will Miller, who we just saw, is probably on a win-and-in. Anybody who's going into this round already X11 is essentially on a win-and-in, given the few number of undefeateds we have, being only 5 rounds. So this top 8 could be wild. We'll have to see how this goes. Congratulations, Patrick. Well done. Well done. Well earned. Punk Prince, hello. Hey, good to see you, bud. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the stream. Good to see you. Waiting on 2 more games. Also, currently, Elf Ball is in the 3-1 position, so Elf Ball's on a win and in as well. So we could see feasting.
Elf Ball.
Someone is playing elves, Casey. Crazy. Waiting to see what happens here with our match reporting. Looks like Matt is typing, so I'm not sure if that means that they drew. So we have a Mask deck, 2 Mask decks in the 3-0-1 bracket, 1 Mask deck in the 2-1-1 bracket, and 1 Mask in the 1-1-2 bracket. So that's out of contention, unfortunately. 1-1-2 is not in top 8 contention. So yeah. I have no idea what we're going to see here in the last round. This top 8 is going to be wild. So, and Gilgiotto does not seem to. Gilgiotto, I think, has not been doing super hot. I guess we'll have to see how many convert.
Really?
I mean, there's certainly some, but like in the top, there weren't any in the top 3 tables. There were no Gilgiottos in top 3 tables. I think table 4 might have been one as well. I don't have the bracket right in front of me here, but I think there was a G&G. Table 4 was Paul, who was on G&G, so he was table 4, just drew. And Ayush at table 8 was playing just one and was playing G&G. So we're gonna go to a quick break. I just say no G&G, and there were at last round there were no G&G in the top 3 tables. So yeah, that's very interesting. So we're gonna go to a quick break as we get ready for our last round of today. Short break with an ad, and we'll be back in a minute. Thanks, guys. Okay, guys, we're here. These guys are on a winning in. This is table 5, both 3 and 1, with Gil, Lapis, Giotto getting to go first, which is pretty good. Pretty good here. We can drop a turn 1 Ashwin, and we are pairing up against Mask. I believe I have it printed here as Aggro Mask because Jeremy has the most reps on Aggro Mask, but I'm not sure if he's still actually on Mask. We just know that he's going to be starting with Mask here. The biggest problem is that, I did think about Ashwin on turn 1. Actually not possible, because Ashwin in hand is technically not a cryptid. So we do need to get this Mask off the board here. Let's see how it goes. Does get to get his sub-ruler active, though, which is always helpful.
Mask, draw card. Your beginning game triggers, good as well.
Sub-ruler Vessel is live. Now, the Aggro Mask variant into Gil Giotto does can struggle a little bit, because it's trying to make use of Falchion to discard Liberation of the Waters, to make then Turbo Judgment out. Oh no! So we're trying to Turbo Judgment out the. Please have the Mask be face down outside the game. Thank you very much. Liberation of the Waters to be able to then read Judgment Charlotte and redraw your whole hand. Suya answering the Mask on 1. This is not good for Jeremy at all, because now Ashwin can come down.
Discard Divine Beast, Fat Radico, draw a card off Justice or Glorious.
So we're cycling here. Gonna be. Whew, that's rough. That's a rough start. We did have the turn 1 Suya, and it came through.
Very rough.
Mask can't have the protection 100% of the time, guys. He can't. And, in this situation against Gil Giotto, you can't use repairing the broken Mask as a cancel, because you have 0 cards in your graveyard. So even though it will trigger, there's 0 cards in your graveyard, so your opponent's just like, okay, we'll pay 0. Card resolves.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a terrible play.
You can't play a Falchion.
Notably as well, Aquafeather Phoenix. Aquafeather Phoenix in this scenario.
Not great.
Also does not trigger.
Aquafeather Phoenix will to trigger to reanimate. No, it'll trigger to reanimate. It'll trigger to cancel. It has been ruled
to cancel.
It has been ruled that the game actually still sees it be discarded. Aquafeather Phoenix still sees it be discarded, and so even if it's outside the game, it goes to RFG instead of graveyard. It'll still trigger and be able to cancel an automatic. But we're just swinging in for 6 here
Go to my turn, go to draw.
with Suya, and just leaving stones open. Oof.
For recovery, I'm gonna pay 200 for blue, and I'm gonna attempt to rest your Suya,
Then
discarding Charlotte.
Pain Stones.
Charlotte's here being used to get to essentially draw cycle by resting the Suya.
Right. Draw card.
Just using Charlotte's Protector to slide a cycle into something better.
Alright. Go to recovery.
Activate to flip all your RFG cards face up.
We're flipping all the cards face up. Using
Got let's see, all
so many cards.
Here's an Aquafeather.
So,
These are cards that have been milled off of the Giotto thing.
Yeah, it's fine. You're good to recover.
Hellstone.
Let's see what comes out of this. I think at this point in time, the problem is you can't.
I'm gonna discard Divine Beast, Fat Radico to draw a card.
You need to try to get a Falchion online, kind of.
I'm gonna tap 2 and play Falchion.
As in
Now we're playing Falchion. Yeah, so we need to have something to be able to. If we have an Aquafeather Phoenix here, this is pretty good, because we can stop the Suya from making us force the Falchion immediately. Right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
We are at a position where next turn the Falchion could just kill him though, right? Because he could Callstone with Faria, pitch everything, pitch everything to make Falchion huge, and then Judgment Faria and make him huge again, and then hope that Ayush has tapped out and let us hit him in the face for all that damage. It's risky, but it's a line potentially.
That's fine.
Does have to watch out for vessels saying you can't attack though. That's a big piece that could help in this matchup. Empty Vessel of Worlds here could be used. Replay the Suya.
Oh, God's Art, Fates Reunited.
We're going to God's Art, Fates Reunited just to have something to sack to the Falchion or to the Suya.
Enter effect. I'll call.
Oh my.
I'm gonna call the Light Dark Stone.
Oh my.
That stops me from recovering entities.
Oh,
and I'll call. Yeah, and I'll call.
I mean, this is something. It leaves up one will piece of interaction to still be able to protect the Falchion. Like we're trying to go. He's trying to protect himself to try to kill with Falchion next turn.
Okay. Banish Fates Reunited.
Alright, so what if I had a second Suya?
No, that makes sense.
Does he?
I figured something like that might be
Ouch.
Does he have a way to cheat in something to protect this Falchion this time?
In response, discard a card and give.
Or another Phoenix.
Okay.
Discard a card and give Falcon +4.
Okay.
Discard a card and give Falcon +4.
Justice Punch?
Discard a card and give Falcon +4.
Okay.
I'm gonna coin Justice Punch your other Suya.
This is going to do a lot. So the Falchion is currently at base 7 plus 28, 35. So the Suya will block 5 of it. So we still take 30.
Oh, he's 23, 23.
Oh, 23.
Or if he targets the
So
4. He targets the one without counters.
He's targeting the one that has counters, I think he said. He's doing it in response to the cast of the Suya.
Okay.
That would have been the second card.
I mean, that's not nothing.
I mean, it does take a huge chunk of damage, and Charlotte's just going to Judgment next turn, right?
Guess that's gonna happen, yeah. I'll take 22.
Okay.
Here's my math right. It's 27 minus a 5. Yeah.
27 minus 5. Yeah, 22. Yeah.
Takes
So
22 off of the Justice Punch.
And then, Suya's good to banish Falcon.
Wow.
So next turn, Charlotte's just going to draw her hand back up to full.
Then, yeah, we'll attempt to mill 2. End of turn.
2 more.
Yeah.
And then what do we got from here?
Am I good to go to my turn draw?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to recovery.
For recovery, we'll flip all the face down cards face up.
Okay.
All these
I'm just
face
gonna
down
stack
cards.
that are the same.
Yeah.
Trying to make it easier to see. Alright. Fates Reunited is a new one.
Yeah, but tables 4, 5, 6, and 7 all have them there. Yeah, that's where all the Guild Giottos are. All the Guild Giottos are on their win and ins.
All the Liberations. Justice Punch, Falcon.
Oof, 3 of the
This is my
Falcons
deck
are gone.
profile.
No, if you can't see any of that.
This is what I played in today's JP. This
Yeah.
is
This is our easiest way to do a deck profile live, right? It's just
I do appreciate the 3 Tea Party members in there. It's pretty great.
I'm gonna pay 200 for blue, and I'm gonna attempt to Judgment Charlotte.
So Charlotte is going to redraw our hand here. We can start gaining some life back by drawing cards.
Attempt to draw 3 cards.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, and then trigger to heal 300.
33.
Alright, 33.
If we can find one more Falchion and one more Justice Punch, I mean, that helps us win, right?
Mm-hmm. That being said, you'd be lucky to find that last Falchion.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna play Regalia Beast.
Regalia Beast.
When it's entering, I'm gonna call green.
Regalia Beast
then
getting
also
to enter. We have a green will floating.
Go my turn, draw.
Regalia Beast
Yep,
is an
that's fine.
interesting choice.
Recover.
Sure.
Stone, Memoria.
Yeah, it kind of makes more sense now why he's running the 3T party members, because it's just a deeper draw engine. Plus,
Yeah,
you
and you start
can
with a
cheat this thing
Regalia,
out,
right?
and
Well, because you can play,
yeah,
you can
start with the
play
Regalia.
Beast. You can play Regalia Beast to if this is the fourth Falchion, if there's fourth Falchion in hand, I think you concede.
I got Lorite, Aqua Feather, Zero's Light Lightning.
Aqua Feather Phoenix.
Oof.
Light Lightning,
it's the Glorians.
Lorite.
It's the Glorians water transformation.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's the Glorians because you.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because you don't want the
I think
Charlotte.
that's so good about Suya.
The Charlotte to suddenly be huge.
Yeah, the Charlotte would be massive. The thing that's so good about Suya too is it has no symbol skills. So
yeah, well, it's a Darkness Resonator, so lightning could still just RFP.
So you can yeet it. That's very true.
I'm surprised we haven't seen an Ashwin get played here. Oh, we're about to see an Ashwin get played.
Ta-da.
Darkness. It will attempt to play this cryptid.
Oh, nope. Okay, just this cryptid.
That one put cards back to deal damage to me. Is that one?
Yeah. Whenever it deals damage to you, I remove the top card actually.
So this is not the burn cryptid.
No response. That's good.
Okay.
No, this is not serious.
But we're trying to draw. We're trying to draw a card. We're just trying to make this happen. This is not a good spot.
We have the.
It's certainly not over by any means.
Yep. Okay. So we'll go to combat.
No, it definitely doesn't feel over.
Because, I mean, Ayush is only at 18.
No blocks. Go down to 28.
So there is a world
It should be
where,
6.
Oof, that's
oh wait, no,
game.
8. Never mind.
The activate ability is good.
Kaboom.
The enter effect, I'll tend to Lorite.
Sure.
Lorite's
to
the
stop the
enter
trigger.
effects. Oof, okay.
We'll try it again.
He has another one.
Do it again.
I think you just go to next
Aqua
game.
Feather Phoenix.
He doesn't have any will.
You can't Phoenix, can you?
Nope. I think you just
Yeah.
go next game here, right? I don't know. I guess that's not entirely true. Ayush is fully tapped out.
Go to my turn, go to draw.
So there is a world where you could, like, see the Falchion.
Go to recovery.
We'll just flip all the cards face up.
If the fourth Falchion is in here, though.
So to Regalia
Nope.
Beast.
No Falchions.
Pink. Lorian. Alright.
Okay.
Thanks. Water Transformation.
Oh,
Third
I
Lorite.
have a card that is not supposed to be. This is the card that I wanted to grab. And then I clicked the wrong thing. Tinkerbell flashing everything, blowing everything up. Oof.
Hey, how many cards in the end?
We can all agree though, right? Memoria, Lorite looks pretty good.
I'll tap to pay 200 and play Aqua Feather.
Just hard casting
Aqua
an
Feather
Aqua
Phoenix.
Feather. This does.
And then pass to you.
Draw.
Sure.
Go to recover.
That's fine.
Stone. Trigger to mill 1 off the stone.
Yep.
Tap deck trigger.
It is another Divine Beast of Adoratica.
Okay. So we gotta close. We do have to close things out eventually. We gotta get through 2600 life.
Yeah, let's go
But
to combat.
do we know the hand at this point in time? Like, we have full hand? I think we don't know one card.
No response. Okay. Go down to 20.
Takes 6 here, loses another card off the top of his deck.
Yeah, 26 because it's just 600 damage.
Oh, okay. I missed the 2 from the Moonshade. Yeah,
Oh,
right.
yep.
And then
Missed trigger there. Mill the top card of the deck. No Ashwins. Look of Corruption. His vessel is still
That's powerful.
double light lightnings.
Yeah, we'll just get one of them.
That's actually kind of relevant.
Yeah, if we can get the other one out, it might be saving the ash ones until after the light lightnings are gone.
Does he have a? Is a Suya engraved, right? He could Ragnarok.
We're blocking. In response to the blocks, we're gonna light lightning
You're 18.
because it has barrier, so we can get rid
That
of
card
it.
is expelled.
Cards. Oh, that's fine.
It's expelled.
Hits him for 5.
But I don't think it really matters all that much.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, then we'll just go to end of turn and mill 2.
Yep.
mill
Go to
another
turn,
2.
draw. I'll scoop. You got it.
And we go into game 2.
Oh, I'll snap. All my cards are in order now. To make sure, like,
44 minutes left on the clock, guys.
I got it.
Thank you.
Turn 1 Suya.
And got to resolve. Jeez, Louise didn't get
Yeah.
answered. Unfortunate. No way to stop it. He did have double Suya, so he was in a position where it's like we're just gonna try to keep throwing it. You know, he sees that kind of
Yeah.
opener. If he sees that kind of opener again, though, he's in a really good spot. Because you could, coin out Suya, and then get another Suya. Like just if he tries to cancel the first one. Kind of checking it and seeing if we have any reports of the other tables. Looks like all of the top tables are still playing. Yeah, table 1, table 2, and table 3, and table 4 are all still playing. Currently, table 1 is Prisia versus Books. Table 2 is Gilgiotto versus Mask. Table 3 is Prisia versus Mask. Table 4 with Alexander, who was one of our players we saw earlier today. Table 4 is Prisia versus... so 3 Prisias in contention? Versus Books. Prisia versus Books. Table 5 is us, what we're watching right now. Table 6 is Shiva versus me versus is the pair down for Feasting versus Shiva hard control, which I think might be Feasting favored because you just flood them with too many things too fast. Although it's the same kind of situation where Rudra comes down, maybe you're in a good position. So, and then also table 7 is Gilgiotto versus 0. So 0, Gilgiotto, Feasting, Shiva, Prisia, Books, Mask are all in like winning in type situations for top 8 of this GP. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool spread.
Good spread.
Yeah, for sure.
Did 3.
So yeah.
Okay, I did 7.
Going into game 2 here.
And then I will choose to go first.
Fair.
Yeah, half is still fine. It was half still fine for me.
Yeah, half still fine.
Okay.
Let's see what we got
You as well.
here.
I'll mulligan 3.
Will we see Suyas and goats? We play this. See, here's the real spice. We play the goat first. It gets canceled, so it gets to stay on field, and then we play the Suya. So then we get both bodies, and we just start to aggro Mask down. That's the real strat.
There we go. Yeah. there's got to be some nuance in our understanding of what mask does in the environment. It's really good if it puts your opponent in situations in which they're taxed or they need races. But if you're aggro, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's it.
In this particular matchup, I mean, there's a world where like repairing the broken mask is pretty good against aggro. So reassembling the broken mask because you can like cancel them or whatever. Ooh, okay. Paying one for a Regalia Beast, getting that out.
I'm gonna call.
So that's pretty good. So now we have something to sack to the Suya.
Yeah.
Right. And with while still maintaining will.
And then pass to you.
This is a really good play, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good play too.
Because
if
now
you end up with Tea Party members, right after this is all done, you can mount some sort of aggression yourself.
Ashwin coming down here with coin.
Yeah, I mean we're not having good luck today, so Ashwin's fine.
Strong tempo.
Ashwin got to resist. Oh man, just not seeing anything. Which means now we get to go.
And yeah,
that's really rough. Cryptid that can't do anything here. We get to draw 2. I forget what that guy's name is.
Searing Dead.
Searing Dead.
And enter effect triggers, so we'll resolve this first. We'll bottom the top card of your RFG to hit you for 4.
What happens when you grill a zombie?
Oh, top card.
Yeah, so we're going to burn him for 4. We have been told that you would always be able to know whether a card, under the currency yard, you will always be able to know if a card is a Magic Stone card or not, even if it's face down RFG'd. So Searing Dead will always actually be able to burn something. This is a really gross opener.
Yeah. Second Searing Dead in the grave, so we can just bring that back later. Ooh.
Yeah, especially given the multi-strike. I mean,
yeah, it's awful. Go to recovery.
Falchion could bounce the Searing Dead back to hand here and set up for a Justice Punch on the Ashwin. Although it's just going to have Eternal, so that's not super great.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tap 2, and I'm going to attempt to play a Valkyrie. I'm actually going to tap this down.
Hey, there's Falchion. Coming down.
I think we probably put
the
Searing Dead back.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want to let him recast the Ashwin.
Yeah.
With enough cards in hand at this point in time, next turn we could see a lethal, right?
I'm going to concert Fates Reunited.
Fates Reunited coming down here is going to be used to stop Ashwin from using her activate ability and probably Tink.
I'm going to call Tink and Ashwin.
Yeah, Tink and Ashwin have been called on this, which makes the most sense in this matchup.
I'm going to tap a light and play Regalia Beast.
Play another Regalia Beast. Tea Party members coming out.
Thinking on what color.
So we have 3 Regalia. So
green.
3 Tea Party members coming out.
3 Tea Party members for free.
Yeah.
Enter effect target Regalia Beast draw.
3. This is pretty good.
Really
I like
draw an
this.
extra card.
And also recovering the Regalia Beast. So now we go +1 will on it.
Float a blue.
Gonna see an.
Ow. That's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna float a blue and play another 3 Tea Party members.
Oh, gross. Floating blue.
Second Tea Party members.
Enter effect, draw a card, recover.
Well, this is certainly
Draw
a board.
another card.
This is certainly a
board.
board.
We're mounting.
And then I will pass.
We're mounting some good comebacks here.
Yeah, this is aggro mask's like bread and butter line because you have so many things to be able to sack. So like even a second Ashwin doesn't do really much of anything here because you just like, okay, I'll just lose one other. Well, you can choose the Falchion. You get to choose what he gets rid of, but then still the Tea Party members get to do whatever they want. And again, Jeremy's at a position where he gets to he still has will to interact here. He still has green and blue available right now to be able to interact in this matchup, which is pretty solid. He's gonna try to go to end of turn.
End of turn. So I get a mill 2.
Seeing a girl staring at before
I
recovery.
have nothing to end phase.
Oh, we're just discarding, so we're leaving 2 will open to interact. It's not a lot of will to interact when we can't make Ashwin Eternal. This is a very scary board.
Okay. Right. Go to my turn. Go to draw.
4 cards in hand. We can Judgment Charlotte this turn, which can refill our hand. So we're in a good spot for this Falchion to be able to be lethal.
And we just need a Justice Punch.
Yeah. I think you swing, like, regardless, if you go to combat, you swing with the Tea Party members first, right? Like, just get the 1600, get the life gain.
I'm going to play like a maniac.
Okay.
I'm going to tap 2, and I'm going to play Glorians.
Green and blue
Draw 2,
for Glorian Water Transformation.
Before recovery?
Yep.
This is before recovery. We're going for a Glorians. He's going to draw 2. Yeah, can't attack this turn.
Attack. That's fair. Yeah, Vessel's fine.
But now he's giving Falchion plus 1,000.
10, 10.
Oh no, a Tea Party member is plus 10. Okay. Diversify the threat. That makes sense. He may discard a card. He does not have to discard a card.
Go to
And Justice Punch can still just
Plus,
kill here. Justice Punch, if we have enough cards to discard, can just be big enough.
The Tea Party members also fly and have Drain.
Right. And now one of them has Protect, which is crazy.
Yeah.
If we have enough cards in a Justice Punch, we can just kill here.
I'm going to tap for a blue, and then play 3 Tea Party members.
Floating blue, another Tea Party members.
Enter effects. Recover Regalia Beast. Draw a card. So 1 floating blue.
1 floating blue here. How is Jeremy going to use? He's got 5 cards in hand. That's plus 2,000 power.
Flip, draw 5 more. It's 2,000 more.
Yeah, which is not enough.
And Ashwin
has 700.
Ashwin's a 7/7.
I'm going to use the floating blue to play
7/6.
Fates Reunited.
Hard casting a Fates Reunited with the floating blue.
Right,
okay.
I'm going to call Yeoman Fire, your addition. It might not be the exact name. Yeoman Guard?
Oh, Yeoman Guard, yeah.
We're calling Yeoman Guard with this Fates Reunited.
Yeoman Guard and then the Light Darkstone.
And the Light Darkstone. So now 4 current things are currently locked out with Fates Reunited.
After that, I'm going to
pretty good.
2. And I'm going to play a second Falcon.
Second Falcon.
Second Falchion.
Enter effects. I'm going to target your Regalia.
He's going to put the Regalia back in his hands, draw another card.
And then I will pass you.
Oh, just pass it. Okay, we're not.
Just
we don't have Justice Punch yet. This to me makes the most sense. If you can't attack anyway, going all in here doesn't make the most sense. And you've locked out the board wipe, right? And so if now you just know to hold interaction for the Regalia, because if Ayush wants to stop you from attacking again, that takes 2 of his 3 stones, right? So you have 5. You have 3 stones to interact with something that costs him 2. So you're in a pretty good spot. And if you answer it, then like just the damage in the air is enough, right? Although you have to watch out for like especially again with Justice Punch, right?
Attempt to go to end of turn to mill 2.
Yep.
So it looks like we might be going to a game 3 here.
Sorry, I gotta discard.
Oh, okay. Yep.
Go ahead and we'll just pitch this Alabaster.
Okay. Right. Go to drop turn.
Before draw, attempt to play this vessel.
Gonna fog you.
Vessel's good to hit field.
Okay.
In response to the enter effect, I'm gonna attempt to Aqua Feather, resting your Ashwin, and canceling the enter
And
effect.
Aqua Feather Phoenix to stop it. So that's actually really good.
Yeah.
And
then he's just going to concede. Yeah,
and
he's going
that's
to
it.
scoop it up. We're going to go to game 3.
Yeah.
That makes sense. There's just so much
Yeah,
on
that's
board
it.
at that point in time.
I mean, it's just trying to.
Yeah, it's just over.
Congratulations,
nerds?
Holsizer, on your top 8. You won your winning in at table 3. So one mask deck is in top 8.
Woo! 1 of 9.
And then that means that there are 7 people. 7, because Holsizer already has an invite. So there are 7. One of the other 7 people will take home one of the 3 invites because Holsizer can't. So congratulations, Holsizer. Well topped. Let's see here. Going into game 3. Just a heads up, you guys have 29 minutes left on the clock. Holsizer, that's true that you would take the paid, but you would take the. Don't quote me on this because this is just how it's been in the past years, and I'm not the TO for this event. But I do believe if you take the paid, you just take the flight, and then the invite itself passes down. So you don't actually steal the invite to Worlds. You just would take the flight. So.
Right, I kept.
Okay. So going into game 3 here. Let's see how it goes. Thank you all so much for being here. 67 people hanging out with us in the stream. Hope you're enjoying what we're doing today.
I imagine. Okay.
Man, that's more people than in the GP.
Yeah, right now. So there were a couple of years, Holsizer, where the paid invite was 1 prize altogether, the plane ride and the invite. But I believe it's gone back to being 2 prizes, technically, the invite and the flight. But again, don't quote me on that because I might be wrong. So let your TO who gives you the invite determine what that is. Not me.
Yeah, Landon will confirm that. Or deny it.
Yeah.
Or amend it.
Yeah. Anything we say on here is not the actual position of what the TOs are doing because we're not the TOs. So we're in pure speculation.
Trademark. We are lawyered up. Pollard School has a lawyer fund.
Choosing to go second here instead of going first. That I will say the Regalia Beast play to make double Falchion feel bad or like double Suya feel bad is really nice.
Yeah.
To like have will that you could use to interact with the second Suya and then sack something to the first Suya is like pretty nice. Pollard School has a law school on campus, yeah.
It's really helpful for when we want to like make judges happen.
Ooh, we're revealing Rogue Spectator and Shiva instead of getting Regalia off the top. Okay. So we do not want the Fate trigger.
Alright, and you're going second, so I will call Stone.
Notably not revealing Fire Pit Trap because it would actually work against you.
Yeah,
in this matchup.
Divine Beast Fat Rat
Charlotte can just outbase your life loss.
Please put the Divine Beast face down outside the game.
Yep. And then I will pass to you.
Ooh, a pass. No Regalia Beast on 1. This is the opportunity. I'm telling you, Goat Suya. Goat Suya right now. Play Goat. Get rid of the... There's the first one.
He's not from Regalia, but he's still the GOAT.
Lorite helps here.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing immune to 2 Suyas.
Yeah.
So it does stop the... it gives you a second protecting thing.
Stop 2. Alright, go to draw for turn.
You're just the North American man, huh? We'll see.
Go to recovery. Stone.
Lorite coming down here.
Oh, man.
The problem here is if he plays If he plays like a Falchion or something, then Ashwin can come down and answer the mask,
3 will.
Mm-hmm.
which can be a problem.
I can't imagine Ayush is that worried about Mask. I feel like Mask benefits
I will go to
benefits Jeremy more than it hurts him. So like taking away that advantage is just
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure if it hurts Jeremy very much. I mean, it does make things
Yep, there's once.
like
Like 4.
the Justice Punch
Yep.
not as good, right?
mm-hmm.
Because it costs 2 then to Justice Punch.
Well, I think
Ashwin's
it would,
coming
but
down
he
here?
controls Glorious.
Ashwin is
So that shouldn't
It's a
tax him, right?
spells are still taxed, even if you're Glorious. It just doesn't
Banner for
activate
blue,
abilities.
Aqua Feather to rest there and cancel the enter.
Aqua Feather here coming in to stop the enter effects.
Yeah, we finally got something.
We got there. I was like, third time's a charm. You're resting the Ashwin, right?
Yeah.
Very cool. Yep, fair enough.
Because Mask is you still tax for chance, just not activate abilities.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Trigger to draw off the
Yep,
Ashwin.
yeah, draw's good.
And then, yeah, go to end turn.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Right, go to my turn, go to draw.
Yeah.
Dude, life is so hard.
At this point, Falchion feels pretty bad.
Yeah, because both of the things you would bounce are things that could then answer the mask.
Blue and discard a Charlotte's
Mhm.
Protector to rest your Ashwin again.
He's just trying to cycle here
And then
with,
draw a card off discarding it.
Yeah.
which makes sense.
Go to recovery.
Still only sitting on 5 cards. Hasn't seen a Falchion yet, but like we said, Falchion doesn't seem super great right now. Just bounce the Suya and cancel it again. Well, if you don't have them,
Yeah. Like Suya is clearly the better choice for you, but that's still not ideal because you're still losing a card.
he has them. Trust.
Pay to play a Falcon.
There's the Falcon. Falchion is here.
Enter effect, I'll target Suya.
Gonna put the Suya back in his hands.
Draw a card.
Trust his process. Trust the
And
process.
then I'm gonna tap a light and play a Regalia Beast.
Okay.
Once
Now
again,
the Suya
I'll
feels
call
less of like a threat.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because now even if
then
it
I will
resolves,
Yeah.
then we just sack something that doesn't matter.
I'll draw.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what will feel really good here, though is risky, is if we could get somehow into a Tink, but it doesn't feel like we can really get to a Tink right now. So right now it's about Justice Punch.
no response. Yep, banish
So
right.
Laureate is
Yep,
gone.
sack the Laureate.
Yep, plenty of things to sack. How many Suyas does he have? Second
Two
Suya?
Suyas.
3 Suyas? Is it 3?
Sack the Regalia Beast.
Could it be 3?
Roll up after that.
I think you float green and sack the Regalia Beast. Agreed. It's okay. He's just got a 3rd Suya in hand. It's fine. And then a 4th Suya. It's just all
Cool.
4. Just all 4 Suyas right now. It's fine.
I'm gonna float a green and then
Yeah.
banish off the Regalia Beast.
And then,
I have
yep.
1 green floating.
So both of these Suyas. Do we
I'm open.
have... I mean, an Ashwin, a second Ashwin would be here, would do the same kind of thing, right? Because it would... Oh, we're just going to attempt to go to end of turn.
That's fine.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think he would have played the Ashwin instead of playing the 2
Go
Suyas.
to my turn, go to draw.
I feel like you would have swung with the Ashwin here.
Go to recovery.
Because you get multi-strike. So, like...
And Bane.
Well, yeah, the Falchion then it burns a card out of hand to protect the Falchion.
Mm-hmm.
But, I don't know. Maybe that's just not the right play. It's fine. We got 2 more Suyas in hand for next turn. Concede the Justice.
Yeah, there are good reasons not to attack.
Could see the Justice Punch.
He has the Justice Punch?
I could see it
Okay.
happening this turn. I don't think he has one in hand, though.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah. It's not in his hand, is it?
I can't tell.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, he can Judgment Charlotte for 2 and refill, so...
How many cards in hand?
I think it's 6. Let me double check. Yeah, 6.
Ayush probably has Lunar Protective Life for him. Yeah, that only costs 1 will and keeps you safe. Yep.
I'm gonna tattoo and play another Falcon.
Another
Paying 200 in the process.
Falchion comes down here. Now, do you bounce the Suyas, giving him 2 Suyas back in his hand, or do you bounce the Ashwood, giving him an Ashwood in hand?
Yeah. I think in this scenario,
he's gonna bounce the Suyas.
you probably to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah. Justice
Yeah,
Punch
he might be looking for Justice Punch.
Yeah, Justice Punch does tap him out though. So Lunar Protect. So
I'll tap a light and play a Regalia Beast.
okay, so we don't have Justice Punch this turn.
We're insulated against the Suya a little bit. We have a second Falchion, so if he ends up getting around these bodies, we're still okay. That being said, like
blue has been called.
Ayush is playing. Ayush is playing like 1 or 2 cards a turn,
would be
and that
really
is
good here. Could be
so good.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah, it really does. I feel like Jeremy is kind of on the back foot here, simply because
it's this weird position.
Ayush is playing singular cards, where like those singular cards are putting on so much pressure.
Yeah.
That it's pushing Jeremy to activate effects in order to respond to those.
Yeah.
So like
for sure.
just playing the Suya here is such a powerful move.
In response to the inner effect, I'm gonna attempt to Lorite.
Yep. All right. The answer effects. I don't know if there's a world where you even second one, third one, fourth one. How many do we get? Sack the Lorite off.
Target main.
Yeah, we target. Yep.
Banish Lorite.
Do we have a third one?
Therapist.
Ooh.
Therapist.
That's very relevant.
That's okay. I mean, like that's okay.
So obviously, this coming down a little bit earlier would have been even better. But
yeah,
now
use,
Jeremy
so
can't
now
ditch to Glorious.
Yeah, he can't ditch to or Charlotte, which means that Aqua Feather Phoenix
or Charlotte. So that actually is just, again, we're putting singular cards on the field, and that is just shutting down like so much.
Yeah, it's doing a lot here.
I'm gonna discard to rest your Ashwin.
Ashwin's getting rested while it still can. Therapist is now live. We are now locked out of Charlotte's ability. And we're milling 2. Very interesting position. We have the ability to do technically 2 points of interaction of discard hate with Lunar Protective.
She is Barrier Chant.
Yeah.
Okay. Will Cull Stone.
Has a third Falchion. Like this is just both of them having multiples of everything. 4 cards in hand for Jeremy's not a lot.
I'm gonna discard a.
No, he can't cycle.
Falcon to give Falcon +4.
He's giving Falcon a bit
dumping
of a
to Falchion.
And then draw a card.
He does get to cycle because of the
That will
Charlotte's
draw a
Protector.
card.
Yep.
I'm gonna do it again.
Okay, so now we're down to 3 cards in hand. 2 cards in hand. We're trying to Judgment here. 2 cards in hand.
I'm gonna do it again.
If he does, it goes down to 0.
I'm gonna judgment for 2.
0 the Kingsblade.
Enter effects.
Oh no, didn't have it.
Cards. Heal 400.
Heals for it. We had to hope, right? There was a world. It's not that spicy. Listen, a man can hope. That would have been pretty gross, right? Although the Justice Punch at that point in time, I do think is lethal. Although you have Protect with Therapist, so you're in a pretty good spot actually. 5 cards in hand.
I'm gonna discard a Divine Beast of Adoratica to draw a card off Glorious.
Okay.
We're almost out of cards. We're almost out of cards in deck.
Currently, he is 21.
Does look like Logan on Shiva beat out Feetsing.
Pretty healthy.
So he is 3-1-1.
I'm going to
11 points. So Shiva's probably in a top 8 at this point in time.
Mending my breakdown as we speak.
Barrier chant. Oh, Charlotte. Oh wait, no, I can't use her activate ability. Ignore Matt.
Well, no,
Is it?
Gear ruler, right? So
Yeah, is it?
It's just rulers.
Oh, rulers can't.
Rulers solve rulers, yeah. So you should be able to know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, then
Oh, wait, actually, yeah, someone just pointed out you couldn't have activated Glorious with Therapist on field to cycle.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh yeah.
Top card of deck. Top card back.
We'll just decide a card. I need to call a judge on that because nothing else has happened since then, right? No one's done anything.
Nope, nothing else has happened.
Yeah, so I'll have to call a judge on that one. Is a judge call. 1 second, guys. Okay. We did have to do a repair there because of the card being drawn. The repair is that a random card from the hand is put on top of the deck. It is then shuffled, and then the Divine Beast goes back in hand because of the repair.
Therapist still.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
Alright, enter battle phase.
Discard for cost, please.
Oh, discard for cost. Yeah, I'm gonna discard that card. Sorry.
So Therapist is now off the board.
And then enter battle phase.
We don't have a Protector.
I'm gonna attempt to swing for plus 12, 19.
19 on the ground. Asuya can block it.
Sure, no blocks.
When no blocks are declared, I'm going to discard a card.
This feels like an opportune time to
He's gonna
activate that Justice Punch.
And then discard a card to give him +4.
So now he's hitting for an extra 18. He's hitting for 27. Take him down to 13.
Right, and then deal 27.
I guess.
Takes the 27.
So I'll expel Alabaster.
For Lunar Protective.
Remove from combat, draw a card, and gain 15. Oh, I'm sorry, I'll pay the 1 will for the tax.
Do we have double Lunar Protective?
So he stays in combat.
So he stays in combat. I think it's fine.
A second one?
Second Lunar Protective.
Oh god. Oh, that's rough.
So he's gonna gain 3,000 here, even if there's a Justice Punch, which is a tap out.
Left. Yeah. Choosing the same modes.
Yeah, same modes. Remove from combat, draw a card, and gain 15.
In response, I'm gonna pay 2. I'm gonna Justice Punch.
So the Justice Punch will get to deal some damage.
30. Thinking of target. What's Ashwin's defense?
It's 6.
6.
The lowest defense is the Suya. It's a 4. 4, 5, 6.
Okay, and you have 3 stones, right? Or 4?
4, 4.
4 stones.
Yeah. Okay. So he's trying to figure out what he's gonna hit.
Yes.
Okay. I'll target your Suya.
So he'll take.
So you'll take 27 minus 4, so yeah, 23.
23 damage taken.
And then both are good to resolve.
And he gains 15 and draws 2 cards, or gains 3,000 and draws 2 cards. Back up to 47, draws 2 cards. Oh boy.
And then I will
Goodness.
attempt to go to end of turn.
How many cards left in deck? I feel like it's pretty small.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
8 cards left in deck here.
Nothing?
0.
0 cards in hand.
Yeah, we'll just draw for turn.
If we have... Hear me. Okay, if we can get a Tinkerbell line here, we just win.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because it kills everything. And then Ashwin gets to multi-strike, and we get the mask off the field. So if we drew... I mean, we only have 3 cards in hand, right? But Tinkerbell here would be gross. Because we could just hardcast it. You, like, play it...
Go, Pat.
Congratulations, Patrick. So we're playing 3...
Got Yemenguard?
Oh, he's just going to hardcast... Just going to hardcast the Shiva, which can kill the... It won't kill the Charlotte. But then the Charlotte...
For hardcast at 3. What does she do again? Is it target 3 or deal attack?
Deal the attack.
So everyone's going to get... Oh, that's lethal.
Yep. That'll kill him.
So that gets 5 counters on everybody. Then Shiva can kill the Charlotte. And then...
We multi-strike attack.
We multi-strike.
Oof.
That's
oof.
Oof. Deciding to reveal
Oof.
them. Deciding to reveal the replicant Shiva paid out here. You just have Shiva kill.
Yeah.
No. Shiva.
12 with multi-strike.
Yep, the response. 24.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna take the 24.
Yep.
You just use Shiva to kill Charlotte, and then Suya kills them?
Mm-hmm.
She still has taken 400 damage?
Or she can't be attacked.
Oh, right. Charlotte can't be attacked. That's true. She just straight up can't be attacked. Tink.
Elephant to block.
Wing for 10.
So that'll kill the Charlotte still, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Okay.
And then she would die, right? Because she took 4 damage already from the Shiva.
Ah, snap. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, that's...
This is next level play.
Plays a Suya from hand. Gets rid of the mask. I don't know. This is not a good... This is really not a good position. Just replace the therapist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep,
yeah, Charlotte has text on her J ruler side that says she cannot be attacked.
Yeah, for sure.
So the Shiva can't precision belligerence attack her.
Yeah, well played.
I assume you lost a card that you really needed.
I did indeed.
Oof.
I mean, I lost Lorite. I was considering double Justice Punch. Just go to your turn.
So that is it. Top decks the Ice Shards. Doesn't help much here. So that is Ayush winning it out 2-1.
That way you can't Lunar Protective Life Form.
That was rough.
I was like, he's got to have 2 specifically. Otherwise, it's okay.
A little bit.
Yeah, holding on. That worked out. That worked out. It's good match. Good match. So Ayush wins his winning in to go into top 8, going 4-0 or 4-1. He will be in the top 8. So we've got a mask deck for sure. Books for sure. Prisia should still be good. So mask deck, mask, Prisia, Gil, Giotto, and books are 4 of our top 8 for sure. 100% confirmed. Trying to look at the other good tables. Shiva is on a bubble. Will Miller with 0 is on a bubble. So that's 6 unique rulers potentially. The only duplicates at this point, I believe, are potentially 2 masks and potentially 2 Gil Giottos. But that's it. But at least based on the bubbles. It took 10 years, Jared. Good job, Patrick. Good job, buddy. So, we're still waiting on a few rooms to go here. Very, very cool spread. They are in sudden death at this point in time. We will be back in just a little bit, probably about 10 minutes or so. And we will be back to tell you the breakdown of top 8 once we get there. So thank you all so much for being here. I will be right back. We'll give ourselves like an 8-minute timer, and we'll be back to kind of do the coverage of top 8 rounds there. Paul, these have been fun games.
That's me.
These have been fun games. Fun matches.
Yeah. Just wow.
Excellent GP.
Lots of good stuff.
Excellent GP. See y'all in a few minutes.
100%.
are my sunlight.
After much effort, peace has returned to Protopater Paulus. But while exploring what remains of the sacred ruins, Lucy, Laika, Zaki, and Robomida discover a magical seal, a glyph. Hidden within it, they discover Wan Xia, the witch of Tower Number 1.
Wang Xia, is that you? I thought you were dead.
Wang Xia is the missing piece of the puzzle. She knows the truth about Helen. She is the Witch of Calamity, the powerful villain against whom all of Protopater Paulus fought during the First Witch War. Her power is to erase the memories of others and give them new, twisted memories to control them.
Lucy, that means Helen isn't your mother. And if the Calamity is to return, we must be prepared. I will find all the help I can get. My master Yokoshima hid many secrets. I will seek out his secret laboratory and his Imaginarium, the places where he retreated to unleash his creativity. I'll leave now, but I'll return with an army. I'm sure Master Yokoshima left everything prepared for the return of the Calamity. She murdered Master Yokoshima, and I couldn't do anything. This time, I'll make sure she never harms the Hanada family again.
For many years, Robomida has been the guardian of Hanada family, the protector of his master Yokoshima's bloodline, and, in a sense, the true leader of the Hanada group. Saddened by his inability to save Yokoshima's life, now that Robomida knows he'll have a chance to avenge his master, he will do everything in his power to defeat the witch Helen, also known as the Calamity, and take revenge. Robomida has two very different playstyles. He can focus on following the order of his current master, Goliath Hanada, and use build and demolition, or he can use what he learned from his former master, Yokoshima Hanada, and use Call of the Monarch. If he follows the Goliath Hanada strategy, Robomida will have the full support of the Hanada group, the new automatons, and the technology designed thanks to the knowledge acquired at the Yokoshima's secret laboratory. But if he follows Yokoshima Hanada's strategy, Robomida will have the support of his former master's creations, which are still active after all this time hidden in Yokoshima's Imaginarium. The final confrontation between Robomida and Helen will happen very soon. Will Robomida be ready for the ultimate clash of magic and technology? We'll find out very soon.
Okay, guys, we are back. Mainly because we just got told that overtime for round 5 has been called. So we're waiting to get final standings here before we can announce it. And see who comes out on top. The breakers for this one are going to be wild. Life totals are also going to be wild. We'll see what ends up coming down here in these last few matches. So we'll see how this goes. We're waiting on just... Time on round has been called. Like, sudden death has been called. So now at this point in time, it's just checking whose life totals are what for the match reporting to see who wins and who ends up, you know, closing it out before we have our breakdown here for top 8. Does look like it might be set up to be about 50% Gil Giotto or Mask in the top cut because of how things have gone. But I believe the other 4 slots are going to go to other people. But also, I could be wrong. Like, current speculation is 0 Prisia Books, Shiva, Gil Giotto, and Mask will be the breakdown of some variation degrees of our top 8 spread. But again, I don't have the list in front of me because it hasn't been calculated out yet. The amount of Gil Giotto versus Mask will swing wildly one way or the other because of the last 2 matchups that matter in the breakup right now are both Gil Giotto versus Mask. both of those matchups. Does look like table 2, and also, you know, breakers matter a lot when it comes down to these kinds of things. So we'll see. The X11s are going to be where all of the action is. Can tell you right now, though, for sure, 2 Gil Giottos in the top cut. Or at least 1. Sorry, the one at table 2. Ayush going 4-1 is locked because he'll be placed better than in all of the 4-1-1s. Or X3-1-1s. So 2 Gil Giottos in the top 8 for sure, locked in. A Mask. So 2. So books. A book. 2 Gil Giottos and a Mask are guaranteed locked in for top 8. The other 4, we have to wait and see what these final results are. A Mask deck. It's a Mask deck.
We all know why they're playing that. They're playing Glorious. We all know why.
Waiting on a few more results. Very cool spread of matches today. Very interesting matches to watch today. I always love to see that. We got to see a wide variety of different rulers played. A lot of people playing a lot of cool different decks. Still some great information to go into Minnesota GP, which we will be at streaming in person. That's the weekend of Memorial Day. You're going to want to go check that one out too. And then, of course, 2 weeks after that, we've got FowFest. So hope we see you at FowFest, of course. Certainly got to see all of us there. I have so much stuff to give away, and I would really like everyone to come and take it from me, so I don't have any left, and I have to start over after all of my work.
I heard that pre-registers are at 80 right now.
Yeah,
is that right?
We're between people who are pre-registered and people who have said they are 100% coming but are just haven't pre-registered yet, we are over 80 players right now. If you add in the people who say that they are trying their hardest to come and should be there provided something doesn't stop them, then we are sitting at over 100. So
That's
yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
So we all need you to help make this the largest Force of Will event outside of Worlds in the last
5 years?
how many years?
5 years?
5 years? That's pretty huge, guys. So we need you to drive or fly or swim or boat or teleport to Kalamazoo, Michigan, for FowFest. That's the weekend of June.
First weekend of June.
6th, 7th, and 8th?
Yeah, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Could you pay and not show up? In the past, we have done FowFest at home after the tournament, where we, like, if we've got other participation stuff left over and people want to contribute to say, like, hey, we supported FowFest or whatever, we have offered, like, FowFest at home bundles. I'm not going to say that we absolutely can do that this time around, just because we are an official GP. It's Force of Will Festival and GP, and you can't really, like, pay to not show up to a GP. So can't offer that right now.
Oh man, sorry, Okami.
Table 5 was the stream room. Table 8 is the reason why we have a delay, is because table 8, the last table, is playing on a time extension. Okay. We're waiting to see what happens there. Their extension ends in 15 seconds. A lot of cool stuff to give away, though, at FowFest. We've got tons of playmats. We've got GP promos. We've got acrylic will coins. We've got 3D printed deck boxes. We've got banners and wall scrolls and sleeves and so many promos to give away. So very, very exciting to give away all that stuff. Hope to see y'all there. We're going to be playing side events. And we did get to find out that we actually get to get into the Radisson way earlier on Friday than we did last year. So we're probably going to open at like noon on Friday just to start hanging out. So that's pretty exciting. It's pretty great.
Tell your coworker to come back in early because you need to come to FowFest.
Yeah, for sure.
And I guarantee they will. They'll be down for that. For sure.
Oof. Does look like Matthew Lindley won against David Smith. So it looks like our top 8 is going to be 2 masks and 2 Gilgiottos, followed by Book being first seed. But again, the breakers could get weird. The 11. The problem is people who go 3-0-2 are better than all of the X11s. So anyone who went 3-0-2, which would be Shiva, I believe Shiva and Mask will be in there. So Shiva, 2 masks, 2 Gilgiottos, Books, and then Priscia and 0 probably is our last one. Or it could be 2 Priscias. We'll see how that goes. So, yeah. But both of the most represented decks having a sub 50% conversion rate into the top 8. 5 masks is just below a 50% conversion rate. And then Gilgiotto is like a 25% conversion rate. Here we go. I have final standings. In first seed. Oh. This is very different than I thought. Like I said, breakers were going to get weird. Okay. In first seed on Books with 15 points is Patrick Ogrance. Congratulations. In second seed with 13 points on Mask is Stephen Holsheiser. In third place with 13 points is Barry Tan on Gilgiotto. So congratulations there. In fourth place with 12 points, fourth seed with 12 points on Gil Giotto is Ayush Dalal. Congratulations. In fifth place on, I believe, books is Daniel Gordon. Our friend Echo coming in. In sixth place on 11 points is Matthew Lindley on Mask. In seventh place with 11 points, Logan Moses with Shiva. And in eighth place, there were 4 people with 10 points. And in fourth place, we have Misha Skarlatov on Mask. So 2 of the 3 of the Lindley Bros community and 3 of the members of the anti-mask mask brigade top 8'd. So in 8th place, 10 points is Misha Skarlatov. So top 8 breakdown again is 2 books, 3 masks, 2 Gil Giottos, and a Shiva. 2 books, 2 Gil Giottos, 3 masks, and a Shiva. So there you go. So Mask had an over 50% conversion rate here. Both of the Prisia decks, the other ones, Prisia 0, and I don't know what Blake was on. Unfortunately, did bubble out. 9th place was Alexander Tupin on Prisia. So the breakers are breaking down like that. We will be interested to see how day 2 goes tomorrow. Paul, thanks for stopping by, commentating with me. Tomorrow we have Dominic back for commentary. Thank you all so much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed it. And until next time, this is DMO73 and Paul Reisman saying class dismissed.
Saying class is dismissed. Goodbye.